Good afternoon and welcome to round number 10, the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100 here in West Virginia, just a stone's throw away from the homeland, if you will. No place like home, West by God, Virginia. Summer break is over, Johnny, and we are back with the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Racing Series presented by Specialized, your AMA National Championship. How was your summer, Johnny?
Summer was just more of the same. Events, traveling, racing. I love the sport, love being a part of it. And I ran across you a few times throughout the summer. So it was great, though. I miss GNCC, man. I'm glad to be back. This is in my blood. It's so awesome to be back here. A lot of hype coming in this weekend and a lot of exciting things going on.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, last race, hey, it's been a little bit, right? So we want to take a look at how we did going into that summer break with our tribute to the Blackwater 100, the Snowshoe GNCC, with that road start on Snowshoe Drive. And this was a ride where, if you look at the results, you know what happens, but to me, what stood out, obviously the number one, Bryson Neal, and Hunter Hart also kind of getting his season turned around on this day at Snowshoe.
Yeah, and you see these two glued together here, but you cannot, that first camera shot, Adam Gill out front, leading the XC1 boys, the leaders through Howard's Hole on that first lap. You know the McGill Billies went crazy. Absolutely, Howard's Hole off the chain now 8-9 weeks ago, whatever it's been, but people still talking about it. Great time down there, but the racing action on track was hot, hot, hot. Hunter Hart put pressure on Bryson Neal. Walker Fowler up in there throughout much of it, but Hunter Hart was the one that just kind of clung. He was leading early. Bryson was able to make the pass, and it really was just a two-rider battle throughout much of the latter stages of this one.
That's it. And the man who has won all but 2 rounds this season, Bryson Neal, that Bidwell Bullet, is just... he has just been almost perfect this season, makes very few mistakes. He has figured out riding on that razor edge without going over where we saw him 3 or 4 years ago. That's out the door now. The number one on the back of the jersey, on the front of the machine, and he sits poised to capture that championship here in 2024. Looking at the results, Neal, Hart, Wyatt Wilkin, a stellar day, Stephen Harrell, a good day, and the sneaky snake, the Cobra, Jared McClure, rounding out that top 5.
Yeah, and there you see Walker Fowler all the way back in that 6th place spot. A big crash there on the last lap, running in 3rd, and ultimately opening up an even larger points gap for Bryson Neal. As we pointed out, 7 wins in the first 9 races, podium positions, 3rd place in each of the next 2, meaning he's coming into, as you see on screen there, 51 points is the lead he holds over Walker Fowler. Not to ruin the suspense, but anyone that doesn't have social media, Walker Fowler will not have an opportunity to gain any points on Bryson Neal today. He will not be with us racing. He elected to have a hernia taken care of right after Snowshoe. Last week leading up, decided he just didn't feel he was 100% ready to come back swinging for wins. Has been riding, says he will be back for the next round, but leaves an interesting point scenario, Mikey. With 51 points and 30 on the board today up for grabs, if Bryson Neal wins this race, he leaves here with an 81-point lead over Walker Fowler, assuming that Josh Merritt does not finish second. If Josh Merritt finishes second, if Josh Merritt wins. Even if Josh Merritt finishes second, Walker Fowler will still hang on to that second place in points, but Josh Merritt would then only be 2 points behind him because he's 27 points back. But what that essentially means is Bryson Neal can eliminate everyone except for Walker Fowler and Josh Merritt today, and if Josh doesn't finish second, he even eliminates Josh. So at that point, with an 81-point lead, 3 rounds remaining, 90 points on the board, Bryson Neal is already in the driver's seat, but he would really be in the driver's seat leaving here today with another win.
So a lot at stake today. Championship obviously on the line there for Bryson Neal. And we'll get in a short word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more.
When I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
It's bogging off the bottom. Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a man. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Well, watch over these riders this afternoon. We ask you to keep them safe and go out there and have a good time together. We do thank you for the landowner for caring enough about our sport to let us use this property to have some fun on. Continue to bless that family. And our military men and women in all places of the world right now that we don't even know about, but they keep us safe and they keep us free. Watch over them each and every day. Our leaders at the high level and the local level, we ask that they would make the right decisions for our country each and every day. And continue to watch over our local policemen, firemen, and paramedics, and all our communities, in every community across the United States, each and every day, taking care of us and keeping us safe. Be with them. Lord, we just thank you so much for letting us all be here. A lot of people would probably like to be here today, but for different reasons they can't. So let us just all enjoy today and have a good time. And then later on in the weekend, when we start heading down the road home, take us all home safely. So one day we can get back together again and we will have some more fun. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that, Ricky. And now as Ricky Towery will make his way over to our pro riders, we'll get to pro rider introductions here in just a moment. Now, at this time, folks, we'll ask the XC2 class. I see some of you guys already doing that. Step on up to that XC1 line. You're going to lead us by example here. And as for the rest of us, please remove those hats and cross your hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem. Hey, folks, if I could have you shut them down. Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. Shut them down. Shut them down, shut them down. We're getting radio chatter. We've got some possible inclement weather heading this way, pretty serious. And we want to make sure that we're taking precautions. So I believe we are going to hold this race for the moment. Miss Carrie Jo, take it over.
Guys, listen. We've been watching the weather. They currently have shut down the WVU game with Penn State. Everything's on a hold. They have lightning. It's now less than 20 miles away. If we start this race, we may get one lap in. But I'm not going to race through the lightning. So I'm asking you, please, go back to your pit, batten down the hatches, listen to the radio. We will call you. This storm is very narrow. I expect it to pass quickly. It's not as if there's a whole bunch of weather behind, but there is a lot of lightning. So please go back to your camp, listen. We're going to ride this out, and then we're going to race. And put on your mud clothes. But that's the decision that I've made. And I appreciate your cooperation.
Monitor, keep your eyes and ears open on the PA system and on the FM. And we are 89.1 on your FM dial. 89.1 on your FM dial. We will keep you guys posted. And hopefully we're able to get you guys back out here. So we'll keep you posted. Thank you, guys. Again, guys, 89.1 on your FM dial. 89.1 on your FM dial. We'll jump on there. Me and the guys, we'll try to jump on there at least every 5-10 minutes just to keep you posted. Probably get a little redundant of us just saying we're still holding, but we'll do our best to keep you posted. 89.1, and we'll obviously make the announcements on the PA system as well. So again, guys, a few folks have come up and said, hey, we couldn't quite hear very well in the back. For those that are out and about, 89.1 on your FM dial. Stay in tune, and we are on a delay. There is a storm coming through that has got pretty severe lightning. So we're going to delay this race until further notice. Sounds like it's moving relatively quickly. It's just kind of gnarly. So we'll be back hopefully as soon as possible. 89.1 on your FM dial. We'll jump on there every 5 to 10 minutes here and keep you guys posted.
Check 1, 2, 3. That's good? Okay. Hey, folks, just want to keep you guys posted and informed. Obviously, still on a delay with this weather pending. We'll probably go radio silent for a little bit because, obviously, as the storm rolls in, we know what's happening, right? You can see it. Some safety precautions for you, all the obvious things, batten down the hatches, maybe take the pop-ups in, reel in the awnings, all those things, and just kind of look out for yourselves, look out for the folks around you, and be safe. Apologize for the delay. Nobody likes making that decision, certainly, but wanted to what's best for our racers out there. So, again, on a weather delay, start time to be announced. We will continue to keep you guys posted, continue to spread the word to folks out there if you see them. Again, 89.1 on your FM dial, 89.1 on your FM dial, and we will jump on here every 5-10 minutes or so and continue to keep you folks updated. 89.1 on a rain delay. We'll keep you posted.
All right, folks, just want to jump on one more time. Obviously, inclement weather moving in. We are on a continued weather delay. If you have not already, be sure to wrap up those pop-ups, pull in your awnings, and batten down the hatches. We'll jump on here in a little bit more, and just be safe. Look out for yourselves. Look out for each other. Keep your eye on those any trees around you, all the things. And we'll jump back on here in just a moment. Again, continue to stay in tune to 89.1 on your FM dial. Again, 89.1. We'll jump on here again in just a moment. All right, we have ourselves a start time. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 4 o'clock start time for the ATV Pro race. Again, a 4 p.m. start time for the Pro race. So 4 o'clock start time. I think we're double checking, make sure everything's going through the PA system. But again, a 4 o'clock start time on the start time here for the ATV Pro race. 89.1. Hang on a second.
Check. 1, 2, 3.
So 4 o'clock start time for the ATV Pro race. Again, 4 o'clock start time for the ATV Pro race. So update. Attention in the pits. We have a start time for the Pro ATV race this afternoon. We are now looking at a 4 o'clock start time. So just under, right at about 40 minutes here, we will get things underway. So starting line going to be opening back up here in about 10 minutes at 3:30. So 4 p.m. start time for the ATV Pro race. We'll see you down on the start, opening up here at 3:30. Spread the good word.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a 4 o'clock start time, so we're about 34 minutes away from the start. 34 minutes away from the start. Going to be happening at 4 p.m. today. Hey guys and girls, the start line's open back up. We're going to have a 4 o'clock start today, looking at a 4 p.m. start here. So that's just over 30 minutes away.
riding to the line first, the number 1, Bryson Neal. Rolling to the line next, he's second in points and decided to race. Let's go, the 7:23 of Walker Fowler. Literally wrenching on the bike. Keep her going, Johnny. 10-4, we'll keep her going. Rolling to the line next, the number 5, Josh Merritt. And rolling to the line next, the 6:21, Wyatt Wilkin. Up next, the 5:21, the Gator, Adam McGill. Rolling to the line next, the number 2, Hunter Hart. Rolling to the line next, the number 8, Stephen Harrell. Up next, the 7:03, Austin Abney. Up next, the number 12, Chris Borich. Up next, the number 9, the Cobra, Jared McClure. Up next, the number 10, and a big welcome back to GNCC, baby, Jay Shadron. Up next, the 7:14, Ronnie Rush. Rolling to the line next, the 7:12, John Glotta Jr. And last but certainly not least, the 2:46, Brandon Owens. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your starting row for the XC1 Pro Class here at the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100 GNCC. Finally about ready to set it off. DJ Judd hops into the Yamaha R-Max 1000, throws on the seatbelt and the sparkle helmet, and this is where we like to say, DJ Judd, remove the meats. As DJ Judd exits the starting line with the Monster Energy Activation Transport, all eyes will fixate down into turn number 1, where Ricky Towery takes the reins of this race. And we go as Ricky goes. Ricky Towery now slips and slides out onto the racetrack. Be careful, Ricky. Oh, get that footing. A long summer break and a weather delay. But my goodness, we are back to GNCC. Ricky trying to look for some footing. I think he might go up top. Yes, he will. That's a bad dude right there. That is the hardest working man in all of GNCC. I will die on that hill. Ricky Towery. His break is riding to and from start to finish, or finish to start. That's not much of a break. The man hustles. So Ricky Towery now takes a sigh of relief and a big deep breath as Ricky steps forward and lets our riders know 1 minute. 1 minute. until we're ready to go. Canati Tires, Buckwheat 100 GNCC Racing. Bryson Neal with a commanding lead, and there it is. Blue flag waves. Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. Shut them down, fellas. And I got to ask you, Buckwheat 100, are you ready to go GNCC Racing? Oh, that's pretty good. But we waited all summer for this moment. We waited out the weather delay, and it is time. So I'll ask you one more time, are you ready to go GNCC Racing? 10 seconds for row number 1, the XC1 Pro. Bang, and we're off. Oh, Chris Borich with a good line right up the inside, but it is going to be the Bidwell Bullet, Bryson Neal. Grabbing that whole shot award and early lead as we reset with the XC2 Pro-Am class, row number 2. Alex Tiemann, Keaton Henderson, Jeremy Ledon, Dalton Keys. 10 seconds. Grayson Eller, your points leader. Danik Paquin, Christopher Howard, Braxton Gross, Kenny Schick, Alex Elioff, Brady Myers, Elijah McLean, Chase Allison, Dylan Walraven, Chance Hickey, Tanner Walker, and James Glotta. 171, Grayson Eller on the Phoenix Racing Yamaha. Grabbing that whole shot and early lead as we reset. The blue flag waves. We got them shut down for Junior A. 19 plus. Ready to roll. 10 seconds. Corey Vandelinder, David Machisco, Colton Kushna, Ryan Hendershot, Briggs Lizelle, Connor Brandt, Travis Enderholm, David Witt, Trace Furby, Nathan Cox, Logan Bishop, Josh Genoble, Dominic Stevens, Wesley Wirtz, Zach Knight. Taking it's going to be the 2-1-2 of Connor Brandt out of Rogers, Ohio on that B&R Motorsports back ride. Still trying to get one fired up. We got her moved to the side. College A 16 to 18. 10 seconds. Aiden Jones, Parker Henderson, Evan Osborne, Andre Williams, Jeremiah Wolf, Dylan Trigg, Talon Stout, Nicholas Daring, Harrison Lindsay, Jordan Berg, Logan Steele, and Dayton Hickey. Riders jockey for position. Look at this battle out in front. That was the 3-4-1 of Jeremiah Wolf out of Medina, Ohio on the Yamaha, grabbing that whole shot and early lead. Man, does it feel good to be back racing GNCC. Senior A, 40 plus, 10 seconds. Dirk Nasarasi, the Marlboro Man, Todd Muscala, James Green, Jeff Papa P. Pickens, Lynn Coriel, Sean Slattery, Zachary Phillips, Chris Conklin, and Derek Hart. No doubt about it, that is going to be Papa P, the 303 out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania on the GBC Fly Racing and Waynesburg-backed Yamaha. Vet A, 28 plus, ready to roll. 10 seconds. Tyler Griffith, Henry Moore, Nick Davidson, Justin Miller, Tom Coons, and Michael McAvoy. Oh, good drive right up the inside, but he shuts the door on him, and here we go. 2-8, Nick Davidson out of Steubenville, Ohio on the Fly Racing GBC and B&R back ride. Junior B, 19 plus. Ready to roll. 10 seconds. Michael Worth, Tyler Hinderleiter, Corey Tedder, Corey Zeck, Bobby Duker, Gavin Temple, Shane Kroll, Zach DeNoble, Noah Howard, Adam Weckel, Joey Stewart. 3, 5, 8, Corey Zeck, rider out of Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. Will grab that whole shot and early lead. Things getting gnarly. Boy, what a difference a couple hours makes. My goodness, College B, 16 to 18. 10 seconds. Cameron Mahalan, Isaac Hart, James Berger, Andrew Adams, Austin Kiger, Austin Miller, Cole Clemens, Jaden Verdune, Trip Alexo, Jackson Carroll, Landon Ostrich, Racer Chanel, Quentin Gauker, Landon Kozler, Reeson Richards, Noah DeCerci, and Evan Ruckel. That's going to go to the 920 on cue on that Outlaw Motorsports Alba Racing and 100% back Yamaha of Evan Ruckel out of Morgantown, West by God, Virginia. Senior B, 40 plus, 10 seconds. Shane Worth, Tim McIntyre, Ricky Lewis, Ben Dunlap, Chris Carson, Russell Fry, Bobby McCauley, Douglas Bailey, Forrest Cross, Jamie Bonner, Aaron Delancey, Chad Wallace, and Steve Kiggins. Coming at you. That looked like the 357 of Ricky Lewis on that Leon Rice Construction and B&R backed ride. Vet B, 28 plus, ready to roll, 10 seconds. Clayton Kawasaki, Tanner Davisic, Belford Spurgeon, Clint Watson, Eric Murphy, Tyler Miller, William Barger, Zach Bothwell, J.D. Higgins, and Robert Henson. 819, J.D. Higgins on that Red Bear Racing backed ride out of Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. All of our riders off the line. You got a free and clear start line. We'll take a short commercial break, get in a word from our sponsors, and be back with more from round number 10, the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100 GNCC.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruise will sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom.
Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call tonight. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized e-turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Newburgh, West Virginia for the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100 GNCC, round number 10 of the 2024 Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series presented by Specialized. My name is Jackson Burl, and I will be alongside Zach Heron to bring you today's coverage. Zach, it's good to be back GNCC racing.
Man, I tell you what, it has been a long summer break. We've had a lot of different racing throughout the summer, and I'm so glad to be back GNCC racing, but I didn't think we'd get the best of both worlds, the dust and the rain here at one race before the pro race even took off. But, man, it is really great to be back. We're taking a look at Mile 5, the Monster Mile right now. As you can see, there is moisture down. We've had some rain on Friday and just had some rain right before the start of that pro race. But let's show you exactly how this afternoon race finally got started, because you know as well as I do, especially in conditions like this, start going to be absolutely crucial. So we take a look at your Specialized start recap. Welcome back to the XC1 Pro class, and so many different storylines coming into this. But one that was kind of the big news coming in, as you see your leaders heading into turn one, you may see the number 1 of Elioff on the back of one of the chest protectors. That is not Jessica Elioff. That is Walker Fowler. He lined up Bryson Neal, Chris Borch, and I believe that's Wilkin rounding out the top 3 up front. But Walker Fowler is in the mix. We're going to bring in Eagle-Eyed Johnny Gallagher. Johnny, I saw you sprinting through the parking lot, getting ready, and you just look over and go, Walker's racing. As now we take a look at your XC2 Pro-Am start. This one was all the 171 of Grayson Eller. He really got a good drive from the center, put the Phoenix Racing Yamaha power to the ground, and he got out front. You can already see everybody behind him getting sprayed out and almost taking out those Yamaha Blue Crew banners. But Grayson Eller making a great start here out of your XC2 class and trying to make the most of that start advantage. That is your Specialized start recap. Kind of jumped ahead of it, but Johnny, you got to take me through the decision, how we got to where we are, because Walker's not just out there, he's in the mix.
Yeah, so basically he made a post on social media the other day, said due to I'm assuming this is already all played in the pre-show. We recorded earlier the pre-race. Actually, I guess we can kind of play the interview if we have it. OPAG is going to let us know. I think he's going to splice it in here in a minute. So this is going to tell you how quickly things change, folks.
Technically in November, I kind of knew I had something going on, but just kind of let it go. You know, getting old, things just kind of happen. Yep. And actually after the Big Buck race where I had to lift the machine off that tree, I knew I really had something going on. I'm like, well, I've never had a hernia, but I'm fairly certain that's what this is. And as the season progressed, it just got worse and worse, and I wasn't able to weight train at all. I could do cardio, I could ride the quad as long as I didn't have to lift it, which we had 3 mud races that require you to not have any mistakes and get stuck, which a couple of times I did. And then, then I had the shoulder and just a bunch of stuff going on, and I just made the call to get the hernia fixed. Should have been a 4 to 5 week recovery. Told the doc when he was going in there, I'm like, hey, check the other side too. Sure. I mean, you're going to be looking at it. If you see something, let me know. And I wake up from surgery. He's like, oh yeah, you had 2 real good ones. So I got mesh hip to hip now. My whole underbelly is mesh, and ended up having a 7-week recovery. I got cleared Monday. So I've ridden the quad 3 times now, and not smart to come out here and try to compete with guys that have been training all season, all summer, and just stinks to not. The machine's here. I didn't bring gear, which I've already had people offer to riding gear, but I know better. It's just I'm gonna do the smart thing and sit this one out and really hope that nothing crazy happens today where points would have maybe swung my way. So I definitely never wish bad on anybody. So just going to hang out in the TV booth, I think.
So what you're saying is it's either going to be a Walker Fowler calling the race with us, or if a scenario happens, I won't even say the scenario, but if that scenario happens, it's going to be Walker Fowler throwing things in there like, why the hell didn't I race today?
No, I'm getting a little bit better about like keeping my cool. I think a couple years ago maybe, but I don't know. Just I can't change it, and I July 7th when I chose to do this, I had a very strong idea that I wasn't racing in this race, and as I've gotten closer to it, like I said, I wasn't really allowed to do anything, and I'm like, I actually feel pretty good compared to my back. That's the thing, when you're off 20 weeks versus 7, after 7, I feel pretty good. After the 20, I didn't feel good at all. So I'm still going to make the smart choice here and try to come back a little bit stronger at Beckley. Won't be 100% for sure. I probably won't even be close to 100% till Ironman, realistically, 2025. But yeah, going to make at least one last championship run at it next year, and I wanted to do it now instead of waiting till winter break and then not come in strong.
So there you have it, boys. The last line where he said one last championship run next year. I think that was weighing heavy on his mind. 51 points out of it. Still 4 rounds remaining. That is a total of 120 points still on the board at this point. And I think he just realized that if he sits out today, the chip's gone, the chair's gone, he's out of the title. He's 81 points down after today if Bryson Neal wins. Obviously came down to the starting line. He was coming down here to spectate. Suddenly they sent everybody back to the trailers. We were sitting in the trailer, and he just said, I don't think I could sit this out. He said, if there's a way we can go to line, he said, I think I need to give it a shot. He said, if it may not go my way, and we're not going to sensationalize this. We don't think he's going to the starting line to win today. He's going to keep himself in the fight. We're going to see how it goes. I mean, he's ultimately said his speed feels good. He's been riding with Josh Merritt a few times. Speed's there. Does not think his stamina's there. The rain cooled things off, made it slick. I think he's just going to go out there and try and salvage some points and see how the day goes, just to keep himself in the fight, and we'll see how it goes. He also made it very clear that if he feels unsafe or he's doing any damage, he's going to go ahead and pull her in. But he's out there for now, but out front, there it is, the big number 1, the Bidwell Bullet. Bryson Neal out front splashing his way around this racetrack right now. There is Chris Boards there in the number 3 spot.
I believe that was Wilkin possibly in the 2nd spot.
Yep, there is Fowler. There is Jay Shad. No, that was Hunter Hart, actually. And then John Glauda, Jared McClure. So you can see these guys are stretched out a little bit here. There's Austin Abney. Here comes the headlights of Jay Shadron. Now we're into the fast field sections, and it looks like out front it is the number 1 of Bryson Neal. Interesting to note, guys, we know how it gets when it rains. We start talking about what tires is everybody running. Are they running the bigs? Are they running the tweeners? To my knowledge, looking at the starting line, one rider not running the normal setup, and that's Bryson Neal. He's got the bigs, not even the tweeners. Well, he runs the brand he runs. They just have bigs or regulars. He's on the bigs, decided to make the gamble after the rain. Obviously, originally went to the starting line with the normal 21-inch fronts, 20-inch rears, but right now he's got the 23 fronts and 22 rears, and it's paying off for him so far.
Yeah, looking good at the front of the field. Now, as far as, like we said, before the rain, there were dust clouds. I mean, that 4x4 Pro Class, there was dust clouds flying everywhere. Riders were talking about vision, talking about how they kind of had to give the rider in front of them some space so they weren't just eating dust. But how does this transform the track? Because it was so dry to begin with, kind of getting a hard base exposed as well, and then we go and dump rain on top of it. So what goes into those decisions for, hey, do I want to go with the bigs, the tweeners, the regulars, whatever?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. For me, there would never have been a consideration to run anything but the regular tires, given the conditions. I did go out and check out some of the morning race. It's very hard packed. The rain that we got was hard. It was fast. It was in and gone in 20 minutes. It didn't get a chance to soak in. So it's just going to be a slimy layer on top. I think where Bryson's at, he's in a different mode than the rest of these guys. Salvage, not salvage mode, but 7 wins in 9 races. On the podium, the other 2, 51-point lead right now. He's looking to manage the big loss. Like, he doesn't want to have a situation where he would get buried or something would happen. Now, am I saying that he couldn't and his intentions aren't to go out there and win today? Of course they are. But the big tires are a safety issue. They get you through the big, deep stuff if that arises. If there's deep water out there, next thing you know, a section of the track is flooded, it rains again during the race, you've got that advantage. He is going to have to work harder to go the same speed, but he's the Bidwell Bullet, baby. I mean, he has won 7 races so far. If anybody can give up that disadvantage of the extra weight, the ill-handling quad, when you put those bigger those tires on, he can power through it. He's a big, strong guy. I see him in the fight either way. You know, if it rains again or if it doesn't, it dries out. Those tires, while they will hinder him, they won't stop him from fighting for a win.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, we just heard from Walker Fowler, but Bryson Neal having a very eventful summer as well. We were able to catch up with him earlier today before he lined up for the XC1 Pro race.
Honestly, it was the busiest summer I think we've ever had. We've been kind of renovating on the house, got married, got a new little puppy, all kinds of other things going on around the shop, and a lot of projects, but just busy. And before we knew it, the whole month of July was gone, and then about 3 weeks ago, it's like, shoot, we're going racing the end of this month, so we kind of had to throw everything together and put the helmet, the boots back on, and get back to training, hitting the reps, and it's been good. We've been enjoying it. We've been having fun. We feel good. Feels super relaxed going into today. We're just here to have a good start, go out there, hopefully have a good race. Last year we had a little bit of trouble in the last lap coming here with the battery, so hopefully get to just enjoy this track, because this is one of my favorite on the circuit by far. I love the dirt here. I love the flow, the woods, everything about this place. This is probably became my favorite track on the whole tour. Yeah, it's just like you said earlier, it's not broke, don't fix it, and we're just going to try to keep the momentum that we had going on earlier in the year. We started out the first 9 races getting 7 of 9 wins, so broke, don't fix it. Just keep on hitting the same reps and trying to do the same things, and hopefully do all the right things, be smart today, take care of the bike, and hopefully be there at the end to take that checker flag and hopefully grab a win.
All right, and we're back, and this is the big field section out here at CJ Raceway, what this weekend we call the Buckwheat. It is, man, it's going to be interesting because these sections of racetrack out here, normally they're fast, they're hard packed. Well, right now we've just had a bunch of rain. You can see all those shiny spots, that standing water, and here we see now riders on screen. Looks like it is still the number 1 of Bryson Neal out front. Hard to catch who that is there in the number 2 spot. We think that is that Josh Merritt?
Possibly. It might be Merritt. I thought it might have been Wilkin. I know he was in the top 3 off the start
as well.
Was that tree standing earlier? That's the question.
No, I think that tree's been down for a little while here. Man, it's hard to tell. Even Eagle Eye needs a little closer view. But one thing we know for sure, it is the number 1, the Bidwell Bullet out front. The riding style tells me you're right. That's Wilkin in second, and then in third, it is what looks to be, that rider looks like they have a white chest protector on. Man, riding style tells me it's Walker Fowler, but he was back in 5th when we last saw, so I don't
think that's Fowler at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that is Fowler there in 5th. That might be Chris Borich in the number 3 spot.
He was also in the top 3 off the start. So
he was up there as well. Hard to tell. All these guys got new gear coming in after the break. All of the clothing companies released their 2025 gear lines, so it's a little hard to pick it out. But it looks like out front, Bryson Neal. Second place, Wyatt Wilkin. And third, I believe, is still the number 12 of Chris Borich. I know he's got green on. I'm colorblind. You guys see some green on that guy in third?
I'm seeing a lot of mud on him right now. But
That's my one disadvantage. So, okay, that is Borich in third. Then it's Stephen Harrell in 4th. Walker Fowler 5th. And Hunter Hart in 6th. Hunter Hart looking like he's trying to square up Fowler while Fowler's trying to square up Harrell. We got a battle going on over that 4th place spot. They are 3 wide and all over each other.
And you can see these guys kind of using the square edges and actually trying to, oh, look at that, problems.
And Walker Fowler with the spin out, and Hunter Hart sneaks around the inside. So Fowler back to 6th. Hunter takes over that number 5 spot.
Now, what I was going to ask, you can see Fowler there, hard on the throttle, was kind of spun out, the acceleration too much. Is there more traction on the edges where the grass is at? Usually when we're thinking of the grass, we think of slick not having traction, but with as wet as that center is in standing water, is there more traction in the wet grass?
Zach, have you ever been to a casino and played a little game called roulette?
No, I have not.
Well, so if anyone that
I am broke.
trying to find traction on a racetrack after what we've just happened, it's a little bit of that. It is going to develop, and they will find it, but right now, one corner on the inside, there's going to be grip under the water. The next corner under the water is going to be polished. You can't see it. When you get into the berm, you're going to get sucked in. It literally is like playing roulette. You can see dust already picking up out of the corner of the berms. That is there, Chris Borich. We got a great shot of him there in the number 3 spot. Guy with a lot of experience, and we'll talk about this throughout the race, but while we have him on screen, Chris Borich, Walker Fowler currently tied for the winningest riders of all time. Walker Fowler kind of scrambling at the last second, did not bring gear. He wasn't lying in that interview. Everybody started offering up gear. Chris Borich offered up knee pads. He's wearing Chris Borich's knee pads. He's wearing Josh Merritt's helmet and gear. He's wearing Jessica Elliott's chest protector and neck brace. He's got my goggles on. It just, everybody literally just came together. But guys, this is kind of a cool moment. Chris Borich, these guys are tied for most wins. Chris never hesitated. When he was asked, hey man, do you have an extra set of knee pads? He answered yes.
That could have very easily said get lost.
Well, and the question back was, hey, could Walker use them? He's thinking about racing. Chris immediately turned, walked to his trailer, grabbed him out and said, here you go, man. Let's see him out there today. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Bryson Neal still leading the way. Wyatt Wilk in the 621 there in second. Chris Borich in third. Then it's Harrell in fourth, Hunter Hart in fifth, and Walker Fowler in sixth. Now this group has opened up a bit of a gap here at the 11-mile marker over what we saw some of the other riders a little further back. We saw Jared McClure, obviously Jay Shadron, Josh Merritt, all those guys looking like something, either the pace is just ratcheted up or, you know, maybe those guys having vision problems. The further back you get, there you go, Austin Abney, Jay Shadron, Josh Merritt, Adam McGill. Not sure. I'm guessing that was Brandon Owens because I didn't recognize him right off the rip. That was John Glauda. Whoa. That was Ronnie Rush. Looked like Ronnie Rush might have actually had big tires on too. I did not see him on the starting line, so when I said Bryson Neal was the only one, he was the only one that I saw. Look at this. Leader of XC2, the 171 of Grayson Eller, I believe is who that was there on screen, moving right along. And it's cool to get to see some of these XC2 guys now working their way through. Looks like possibly Alex Elioff up in the mix there. Catch some of these other guys.
See, right here, Johnny has the advantage being colorblind. This is how you're used to seeing the ride.
Yeah. I do recognize that. That's Kenny Schick there on screen. Dalton Keys now coming through. So that is pretty much the entirety of your XC2 class working their way through. So we did get to see both XC1 and XC2. And that goes to show you how close together these guys are. Obviously, the front runners have opened up a little bit of a gap on the rest of XC1, the top 6, as we're going to see on screen. There's 1, there's 2. Look at those puddles splashing out. Chris Borich still hanging tough there in third. Looks like Hunter Hart has now made the move on Harrell and up to the 4th spot. He's gotten around Harrell back to 5th, and Fowler still there in 6th. If we stay here from the drone, we'll see what the gap is back to. Also, not that much. It is still pretty close there. So that's Jared McClure in the number 7 spot. We missed him on the last shot. So he's kind of bridging the gap. Then it's Austin Abney in 8th. Josh Merritt. And I couldn't tell who that was in between, but they was still the same running order. Whoever it was last time, that's who it is this time. So that's your top 10 as they've checked in here now. Very nearing the end of the completion of lap number 1. You can see they're going to work their way up through some chicanes, come in, hit the pro pit section, get themselves scored. We say no standing. We can't have anybody in those corners there. Good thing we did that because it's going to be slick.
Yeah, they're going to be charging hard in those corners. We saw the Yamaha banners almost get taken out in turn 2.
See these guys making the first tracks. This section of racetrack not used this morning in the 11 a.m. race. Interesting for these guys, too. I mean, if we want to add a little extra fodder to things here, not used to racing this late. Normally, these guys would be off the track and done. So a lot of them, you know, maybe don't normally eat lunch. They're really going to be wanting to try to find some nutrition throughout this race. You can see some riders already coming in for fresh goggles. That is Stephen Harrell. So he will still stay ahead of Walker Fowler. Fowler also coming in for goggles and a drink. And look at this now. Jared McClure has bridged the gap, and he is up to the top 6, sitting there in the number 7 spot. Top 3 on screen. There they are. Bryson Neal out front, Wyatt Wilkin in 3rd, Chris Borich 4th, and Hunter Hart pushing hard in that number 5 spot. Or sorry, 4 spot.
So, Johnny, I was going to ask you about that. We've had delays before. This one was a pretty extensive delay due to the storm that came through. What goes through your head as a professional athlete? I know you guys have got your routine, you've got your eating regimen. Some guys have the superstitions. I know you're not one of those guys. I'm not either. But this kind of throws you off your routine a bit. How do you approach this?
This will throw you off your routine if you let it.
Okay.
Looks like John had troubles getting the machinery fired. Stopped for what appeared to be some towels on the grips and some goggles. Now the machine not refiring. They're taking a look at the battery setup back there. Going to check and see if they can get him going, but losing valuable positions. Now pretty much the entire XC2 class coming by. Costly time here for John Glauda Jr. And they're still, it looks like they got it cranked. They're putting the seat back on.
A head shake by Guada there, and like you could just kind of tell by.
I'm guessing. Okay. So what has happened is he sucked water. They took that. They tried to take the filter cover off, and the machine, he's not able. It's either cranking and stalling. We can send someone down, but it just won't turn over and stay running. It's sputtering out because obviously the airbox and air filter just full of water. That just goes to show you how much standing water is out there on the course. Something we could see across a number of riders. Back to answer your question, Mikey. Something like that really only affects you if you let it. It's one of those mindsets is it's the same for everybody. Nobody planned on racing at 4:15 today. Everybody's thrown into the same. And it was interesting. Some of the riders you saw when the announcement was made on the starting line really reacting, throwing their hands up, and I get that. You're kind of locked in, and you're like, hey, this is. And when I say locked in, we're not talking about Bryson Neal. But,
on cue.
But no, as it is, and I get it. Everyone reacts differently, but if you let it affect you, it's going to affect you. If you just say, hey, man, we're all in the same boat, let's go racing. In my opinion, you're going to have a better outlook, a better mindset, and a better opportunity to capitalize on. Look at it as an opportunity instead of a setback.
Yep, I like that. I like that.
Now, let me ask you this. This track was dry this morning. In the AM race, it was dry. So the track has developed as an aggressive dry track. It was relatively fast. You saw some of those acceleration bumps. So do you think this is a lot different than what you would see if it started this wet this morning? Clearly not quite as deep of ruts.
I think the fact of we're seeing it being so smooth, frankly, on track in terms of no ruts, but the braking bumps, you're exactly right. We got square edge bumps because it was so hard pack earlier. But look at this. Wyatt Wilkin is getting very aggressive. And let me tell you why. I think, guys, I'm going to make a prediction here. Wyatt is more comfortable going fast.
What a save.
Those bigger tires of Bryson Neal, especially in the field sections. In the woods, in the flowy stuff, not as much of a disadvantage. But these field sections and the tighter sections of woods, it's really going to hinder his ability to flick that machine around. And Wyatt Wilkin wants to go. Now, Bryson Neal obviously not going to let him around by any means, nor would Wyatt expect him to. But I wouldn't be shocked if he is able to get around certain sections of this racetrack. Wyatt Wilkin may be able to open up a gap over Bryson Neal. So Bryson knows he's got to protect those insides, keep Wyatt behind him, and what you see is now they're starting to open up just a little bit of a gap over Chris Borich there in the number 3 spot. But shout out to Chris Borich, man, rolling back the clock, and he's right in there in the fight. We've seen him do this earlier in the year in a couple of mud races. They say mud is the great equalizer, and we're proving that right now. Chris Borich is in the mix, and maybe he's throwing his hat in that ring for that first one to 76, the race to 76 wins.
Hey, absolutely. Nobody wants to be the guy tied for first place. You know what I mean? And so, but Wyatt Wilkin, to your point, when they came through the finish line, I was like, normally we see Bryson kind of stretching it out a little more than that by the completion of lap number 1. So Wilkin clearly feeling good. As you can see, a lot of standing water just in the woods there.
That's exactly what you're seeing. Those guys, they're all waiting back because nobody wants to get roosted and splashed with that water. They're saying, hey, man, as much as I want to make a pass, I want to keep these goggles. We're at like the 1.1 mile marker. We got 10 miles to go.
To the Wyatt Wilkin topic, prior to when the story was that Walker Fowler's not racing today, both of those guys, Josh Merritt and Wyatt Wilkin, in conversation of, hey, that number 2 might be up for grabs. Bryson Neal's out of reach for us at this point, they feel, and they're correct. But so I think both of those guys coming into it saying, man, I could be rocking the number 2 plate next year. Merritt himself said, I never thought I'd be better than a top 5. So this is a really great opportunity for me. Wyatt Wilkin expressed some of the exact same sentiments, and I think maybe that's also what's pushing Wilkin. And I kind of poked the bear a little bit. I said, you've checked so many boxes. You're still very young in your career. I'm not saying, hey, when do you expect to get a win? I don't want to put that on you, but anybody knows if you've lined up on the pro row, you have thought about what it would be like to win one of these GNCCs. I asked Wyatt, what do you think? And he kind of, his eyes lit up. He wants it. And I think he is going to get it. A win, I don't know, but love seeing him challenge Neal right now, or was, as Neal now looking like he's stretching it out just a little bit.
Different sections of the track. Now we're into some stuff where the the flickability of the bike isn't as much of a factor. But look at it, it's brought these guys back together. Now Harrell and Fowler and even McClure right back there. So now it's 7 guys together, essentially battling for the lead here at the 3 mile marker, where we'd started to stretch it out. Looked like the top 3 had broken away. But to your point there, I was standing there for that interview, and you could see on Wyatt's face, like, you want to kind of be humble.
Sure.
You want to keep,
because all your coworkers, your competition is listening.
Yeah. Hey, and I think, guys, I could be wrong, but looking at that camera shot right there, I think we've got a rider on the move, and no surprise, it's the number 5 of Josh Merritt. Made 3 passes. He was sitting back there. 3 passes. Looked like he had or 2 passes. He'd gotten around both Shadron and Abney in that last shot. So a rider that we know, like you talked about, one of those riders that's up in that mix for the top 3. He's looking like he's making some moves, trying to bridge that gap and catch that lead group.
Yeah, let's see what Jared McClure, Josh Merritt can do on that one. And speaking of that interview with Wyatt, we had a chance to catch up with him. I think we can take a look at that interview now.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate for Walker, but it's big for everybody else. Just trying to make up some points right now. That second place isn't out of the question for me and Josh. Just honestly, I want to go out here and have fun. It's hard to not put a lot of pressure on yourself. I've had all off season to think like, man, I'm in 4th in points. I just want to go out here and have fun. I've been able to put on the podium multiple times. I know how to ride a four-wheeler, so that's what I want to do today.
I love that. I love that perspective. I'll add some pressure. Talked with Josh. I said, hey, you and Walker Fowler are the only 2 guys not named Bryson Neal to get a win this year. I got to think, now that you've got some podiums under your belt, you're doing all the right things. I know you've given thought to what it would be like to win one of these. What's your perspective on that?
Honestly, oh man, the first time I got a podium, I didn't even know what to think, and I think that's going to be the same way the day that I hopefully do get a win. Honestly, I don't know what I'll do. I have no idea. Just a lot of time, a lot of work going into this. I've got a lot of people that are always in my ear like, dude, you have the capabilities to win. Just got to do it.
It's been pretty cool. I believe I've gotten to interview Josh Merritt for both his first podium and his first win, and then got to interview Wyatt there for his first podium finish. And when he said he didn't know what to say, like, those guys are literally just overwhelmed. Right. I mean, we talk about how much goes in and how much sacrifice, but this is a lifelong journey, year after year after year, and you see it now. I mean, Mikey, you've kind of gotten to see some riders grow up. It's even just from last year to now, seeing riders move up from the youth to the amateur races, and so without a doubt, the emotions would be at an all-time high, but you got to keep those emotions in check right now. And Wilkin, he seems, like we said, locked in. Yeah. Neal looking mighty locked in up at the front as well. But like you said, got to be in the position to capitalize if anything does happen for Neal.
Guys, worth pointing out here real quickly, as we look at our top 20 running order on the left side of the screen there, I just told these guys off camera, I said, hey, that rider just went by. That's the leader of Junior A. I was actually mistaken. They're well up into the XC2. That is 2nd place in Junior A. You look a couple spots further up, that 15, the number 63 of Ryan Hendershot. So we've got 2 riders out of the Junior A class running inside the top 20 overall. Not something we see super often on ATV day. We see it pretty often with the A classes on bike day, but on ATV day, to have 2 riders in the top 10 out of the A class. Now, I can tell you, I don't know Ryan Hendershot well, but I know he's from Waterford, Ohio, and I know Chris Kirby well. These guys are guys that likely have grown up in Ohio, riding in the mud, riding in the rain. They see this as an opportunity to kind of stretch their legs a little bit. And they're both solidly up inside the top 20 overall, so shout out to those guys.
Oh, yeah. Well earned.
Yeah, it seems like there were 2 emotions when the wall of rain hit. Some guy going, yes. Some other guy saying, oh, man.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would have been the guy on the starting line saying, bring it on, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
For me, I really think going back to, even the delay, like, rain is a mindset. Like, people could say, like, oh, I'm a mud rider. No, you just have a positive attitude in the mud. That's what it comes down to. If you've got a positive attitude, you feel like you're prepared, you go out, you willing to send it, good results will come. Or sometimes you slide off the track down a cliff and you hang out there the rest of the race, but it can go either way.
That's it.
You started out with the right mindset at least.
And that's just it. I mean, if you have a negative attitude about anything, the likelihood that you're going to end up having a good day is pretty slim.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that we went from one rather extreme to another. I definitely wouldn't say this is the wettest GNCC we've seen here recently, but the fact that it was kind of, everybody was talking about the dust and being able to manage vision and being able to see far enough in front of them, to now still talking about vision problems, but for a whole new reason.
Well, and if you really want to even back it up 24 hours earlier than that, Zach, on Thursday, 36 hours earlier, Thursday evening, I mean, it was dry as a bone here.
Yep.
And then about 7 o'clock, it started raining. And it rained off and on pretty hard from about 7 to 11 until talking with Jeff Russell and the track crew, they said, hey, man, we got a good amount of rain, but it's perfect. It's going to keep moisture in the ground. Yeah, the fields are going to get dusty, but the track itself, the dirt is going to be mint. And then talking to the morning race riders, they were like, man, it dried out a lot more than we thought. We knew the fields were going to be dusty because it was hot, it was sunny, it was windy, but they said even the woods were starting, not necessarily to get dusty, but starting to get much drier than they had anticipated. And then just when you think you got things figured out, like you said, Mother Nature and throw it all up in a
Yahtzee shaker.
Yahtzee shaker, shake it around and figure out what's going to happen next. And I mean, that's just GNCC racing for you, honestly.
Yeah. Got to be ready for everything.
Stu Baylor posted on social media, I believe it was Thursday afternoon, he said, well, it's GNCC weekend. Of course it's
raining. Yeah, that has been the story of the last, let's call it what it is, last 2 seasons, pretty much.
Well, this year it's been, and even last year, it was harder on the bikes than it was on the ATVs. And there's been years where it was the opposite.
Oh, very true.
So today, we'll see what tomorrow brings, but at least for right now, it's kind of the morning race had the perfect conditions.
Yes.
And then the afternoon, they're getting a little muddy, but it's nothing too terrible.
Well, we wait on the leaders. Have you heard the Rita Coombs theory on this? If it rains at A1 the rest of the year, Supercross, Pro Moto, GNCC, it's going to be rainy season for all of them.
Really?
And
like
we look
Rita
back
Almanac or something like that?
Yeah, like she's got the Rita Coombs Almanac. It's coming out next year. So if it rains at Anaheim at A1 next year, we're going to have a rainy season. If it doesn't, we're good.
All right.
And then, I thought about it, and looking back, we didn't go back that far, but she was pretty spot on with that theory, and I'm like, boy, that's kind of scary.
Hey, listen, that is a woman that has a lot of experience in motorsports. She's definitely been around, seen some things, knows some things. So when she speaks, I listen. I just partially out of fear.
That's it. I have 3 fears: Grizzly Bears, Rita Coombs, and Carrie Jo Russell. That's it.
A fear, I have healthy respect.
That's probably more accurate.
Bears, and I have a very healthy respect for Rita Coombs and Carrie Jo Russell. And they have earned it.
Oh, absolutely.
When I was younger, I feared Rita. Now I just have a very healthy respect for her and her contributions to the sport.
Oh, amen.
Very deserving
Hall of Fame,
place in
Rita Coombs.
Yep,
yes,
absolutely. Been a huge contributor to the sport for so many decades, and still here working.
Yes.
I think she's almost 50 now.
Yes, I think you're right. Knocking on the door, getting close. We'll check up from the neck up right there. Mile marker number 3. Been a good one so far. Neil in control. If you're just tuning in with us, you're looking at it, you're saying, okay, yep, Bryson Neal's out front, but not by much.
Yeah, this is not the Neal story that we've seen of the races past. Wyatt Wilkin keeping him honest and showing him a wheel in some of these other sections. Like Johnny pointed out, 2 different tire choices for your top 2. Chris Boric still hanging tough in the mix. And like we said, you never know what's going to happen with a GNCC race. We may have more weather. Things may go his way. And he is in a great position right now to not only get on the podium, but he's only 2 spots away from the number 1 position. And lucky number 76 could be waiting. As we see, that was your leader, Bryson Neal. And still, Wyatt Wilkin right there. They are stretching it out just a little bit over. That still did look to be Borch in the 3rd place spot. And Hunter Hart moves up to the 4th place position. But yeah, Wyatt Wilkins still within about 2 bike lengths or so of Bryson Neal.
Yeah, and things definitely tight here at the 5-mile marker. These guys running nose to tail. And you mentioned earlier, Zach, that vision was a concern with the dust. Well, now it's just the opposite. Vision is the concern with trying to save the goggles, trying to not pull the roll-offs any more than you need to. There's Austin Abney. There is Brandon Owens. There's Adam McGill, the Gator, home state race for the Gator. Look for him to pour it on. And Mikey, I'll let you talk about this guy, the headlights, Jay Shadron. Cool just to have him out there at all.
Yeah, very emotional when we talked to him pre-race, rightfully so, and he apologized for it. I'm like, no, you've earned this. He's been through hell and back over the last couple of years, stuff happening on the track, off the track, and it's a big question. It's honestly, Johnny, it's been a question a couple of times. Will he ever be able to race again? Will he want to race again? Obviously, that desire's still there. I asked him, expectations for the day. I would say throw them out the door. Do we have that, Adam? I tell you what, let's hear it from the horse's mouth. We had a chance to catch up with Jay Shadron as we welcomed him back to the world of GNCC here today.
A lot, actually. I get emotional, but I'm very excited, man. It's been a long road.
So I'm not even going to ask expectation. I think just having you out there is going to be badass in itself, buddy. But what did it take from your side, the physical side of things, the mental side of things, to get back to this point?
Man, it's just, I still don't know what to expect, honestly. I'm going to be over the moon if I can pull off top 10 today, I'll tell you that. I've been having some good rides. I've been training hard with Outlier Performance. Levi's been helping me a lot. Been feeling really good, lost a lot of weight. And these past locals, we end up winning the 9-hour. I was running lap times with everybody. Couple good locals past couple weekends, feeling good. So we'll see what it's going to be. I mean, it's a rougher track, faster pace, longer race. So see if I can hold on to the end.
Well, there you go. From the horse's mouth, Chase Shadow, man. Johnny, that makes you happy to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this isn't a guy, we didn't know what to expect. And I'll be the first one to say, a lot of people, is he going to come back? This guy, just a couple weeks ago at a local race, was running faster laps than some of the riders that are consistently in the top 10. Keep an eye on this guy today. He's not coming here just to circulate. He wants to go racing.
Not at all. Another guy to keep your eyes on. Of course, Bryson Neal, the Bidwell Bullet, trying to seal the deal on the 2024 championship here at GNCC. And Wyatt Wilkin, going for it, making grown man moves like this, throwing everything at the Bidwell Bullet but the kitchen sink. Will Wyatt Wilkin maybe get around him, capture his first career overall win? All that and more. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda Tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 10, the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100. Beautiful shot from our Yamaha Racing live drone. As you can see, we've got a great day of racing underway. Maybe can't tell from this camera shot, but we have had some weather make its way through. Mother Nature gave us a surprise just before the start of the PM Pro Race. And to show you how different the conditions have been just throughout the day today, we're going to show you the starts from our AM ATV race. It just goes to show, we were talking about dust clouds, talking about dry conditions. This is what it looked like just a few hours ago, Mikey, but what was such a short time ago seems like so far off.
and like I'm telling you, you see it was like a weird, obviously dusty, but just the way that hillside is, we're kind of down in a bowl on the start, and it would kind of plume up and it'd just be this big dust cloud, and I couldn't see anything down there, so these guys were having a heck of a time.
Yeah, it was everybody that was walking back up looked like they had a very cheap spray tan, a nice little buckwheat tan here, and yeah, and that's what we thought we were in store for throughout the rest of the day. And then sure enough, Mother Nature said, hang on a second, it's GNCC. Crazy. Wait a second, we got to have a little bit of rain, a little bit of mud. And yeah, I think a lot of those riders, you take a look at that first turn, they would probably rather have some mud flying than trying to make their way full speed through a blinding cloud of dust.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just, you want to be out front in that situation and hope for the best.
But you could also see some of your leaders maybe leaning a little wide into some of that powder and
make a little up.
Yeah, everybody behind them couldn't quite see what was going on.
A 250 All-Star class.
I would personally like to know why when I raced the morning there was 45 of these kids that I had to pass, and the last couple of races there have been 4. I mean, this is making me think
because nobody wants to race if Johnny's not racing.
That's true.
Maybe I should come back.
You were the draw, man.
But hey, a couple of those kids are really quick for sure, and they did a great job. Actually, Cole Likens winning the overall today. Was Noah or Cole? I always forget which one is which. I think Cole.
I believe, it was Cole Likens this afternoon.
Noah is the one that races in the youth race.
Yes.
Either which way, the Likens boy won the overall.
Both of them are fast.
Yes. And Brian Wolf, a retired XC1 guy.
Oh, that's right.
In the sportsman class was the lowest elapsed time. He's not eligible for an overall because he's racing that sportsman class. But here at the FMF PowerPoint, the 8-mile marker, looking down through the overall, guys, wanted to just give a quick shout out to our top runners in that XC2 class. Leading the way, we've seen him on screen and in that number 11 spot overall. From that Phoenix Racing Yamaha team, Grayson Eller leading the way, also the points leader in that class. Close behind him, Danik Paquin out of, I can't even pronounce it, Quebec. Joseph du Lac. Joseph du Lac.
I'm with you on that one.
Regardless, though, he is second in that XC2 class, one of the front runners in that FMSQ Canada series. Those guys up there also. Gabriel Nod, another rider that's raced with us from up there. So cool to see those guys come down and mix it up. Danik already has a podium from earlier this year in Florida. And then third place in that XC2 Pro-Am class as they ran was Tanner Walker out of Berlin, Pennsylvania, Mr. 9-2 himself, and then Alex Elioff in the number 4 spot. So those guys all up inside the top 15 overall. And we already pointed out, got a couple A riders up in the top 20 as well. Big thing to me, looking at lap number 1, when you look at the time behind, it's 1 second, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Very close. There's only one gap of over 5 seconds through the entire top 20 between riders. Just goes to show you, these guys all very, very close together out on the racetrack. Mud races, man, they even things up.
Let's say tough to stretch it out under these conditions.
You know, it was funny. We were looking at that AM race, and something that we haven't talked about as much. Obviously, we had the dust, but it was hot out here earlier today. We had bikes overheating. We had riders not being able to finish because the machines were overheating, and so a lot has changed just in the course of an hour. Not just the conditions, but the temperature as well. Maybe allowing, like we said, that's not going to be as much of a factor now. So riders going to say, hey, wait a second, it's not too hot out here. I can go a full 2 hours. I can do what needs to be done. So, and we're seeing a lot of riders making a push forward as we should see our leaders getting ready to check in here at mile number 8, the FMF PowerPoint, and we expect to be seeing the number 1, the Bidwell Bullet, Bryson Neal. And if the past has shown anything, right behind him is going to be Wyatt Wilkin. I don't think he's letting go right now.
Now, he's looking racy, and it is still the number 1 out front, and he has actually shaken the 621 of Wyatt Wilkin at least a little bit. We'll see how far back he is. A couple seconds, 44 when he left that. It is still Wilkin there in the number 2 spot, 51, so about 7 seconds back. Then it is Hunter Hart up to the number 3 spot. Has worked his way around Chris Borch. No goggles for Hunter Hart. See the track drawing out. There is Borch in the number 4 spot. Couldn't tell if that was Fowler or Harrell. We'll judge which one comes by next, and that was the other one that just went by.
That makes sense.
So here we are at the 8-mile marker. The top 5 have now come through, and this looks to me to be Steven. It is Steven Harrell. So that was Fowler up to the number 5 spot, Chris Borch in the number 4 spot, and then just behind them should be, look at this, the man on the move, the number 5 of Josh Merritt making grown man moves. He has gotten around Jared McClure, wrestled away that number 7 spot. Looks like he has Harrell in the number 6 spot in his sights in front of him. Keep in mind, he was back in that 10th place spot when they last checked in. There's Austin Abney.
If you're the number 5 of Merritt right now, where are you at as far as the, I don't want to say the panic button, but got to sprint right now. He's obviously back in that 7th place spot and just off of that kind of lead group, but he's got to get up front now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's done the hard part. He's gotten around some of the riders that maybe, I won't say we're holding him up, but he has a pace that he feels a little bit more. He's been able to get around since they checked in. He's gotten around Jay Shadron, Austin Abney, and now Jared McClure, and he's got Steven Harrell in his sights. But he knows that lead group up there of Bryson Neal, Wyatt Wilkin, Hunter Hart, Chris Borch, and then just off them, Walker Fowler. He knows those are the guys he wants to be racing with. He wants to maximize his points because, as he pointed out, sitting in 3rd place in points, I believe he's got about 8 points on Wyatt Wilkin there for 4th. He knows if Wyatt's up in that number 2 spot, he's making up valuable points. Right now, as they run, Wyatt Wilkin would be ahead of Josh Merritt on points. So it's for these guys, it's every point, every pass, it all counts. They're trying to maximize their points on the day. But also Josh Merritt, I will point out, it's kind of funny. He won, obviously, Powerline Park mud race. Every other mud race this year have been his worst races. So he's looking for a good mud race day today. Grayson Eller, the 171, that is your XC2 leader. And looking like he's opened up a pretty comfortable gap. We'll see if it is still Danik Paquin there out of Canada in the number 2 spot. Or if perhaps Tanner Walker has been able to get up in the mix and make the pass and take over that number 2 spot.
To your point, Johnny, this is like the new Josh Merritt that we've become accustomed to this season of, like, I mean, you could vouch for in years past when he'd be back there in that 9, 8, 7, 10 position. I think he was content with that. Like, okay, I'm right where I need to be. I can pace with these guys. Now he finds himself in that situation. He's charging as the rest of our XC2 coming through the FMF PowerPoint.
Yeah, and I believe that was Paquin. I could not pick out Tanner Walker. I do see Alex Team in there. I do see, looks like Kenny Schick possibly on screen. Another rider we want to keep an eye on in that XC2 class, the rider 3rd in points who won our race at Snowshoe, Braxton Gross. A lot of traveling for him. Raced on the West Coast, actually just flew straight here from France.
Oh, man.
After doing the 12 hours of France. It's a big 12-hour endurance race. They break it up into 4 sections. Got to race with a couple legends from guys my age. So, Paul Winrow from Great Britain, he was on a team. It's a team race. So very cool experience for him. Came straight here to run this race. So he's kind of doing the tour of the world racing ATVs this year and doing very well.
Yeah, I'd say.
Can see roots starting to come out and look a little shiny. You put some water on those, they get real slick. Not as much of a factor for the ATV guys, but tomorrow for the dirt bike guys, if it doesn't dry up, it's going to be a very slick racetrack. Was actually talking with Ben Kelly, who's returning to join us racing tomorrow.
Hooray.
And he had said, man, went out there and pedaled a little bit, kind of forgot, the first year we raced here, this place was like, the dirt was pretty good, and then ever since then, we blew some of it off. They do some local racing here. It's a great racetrack, but there's not a lot of good dirt left. It was strip ground originally, I believe, and the racing that we've done here has kind of pushed it all to the sides, so the track surface itself, unless they cut in some new trail, which they do, the stuff that's beat in is pretty slick.
Let's go.
Throttle control, baby.
Yeah. There you go, leader. Bryson Neal out in front, and that gives you a good idea of that gap he has put on Wyatt Wilkin now, and Wyatt just trying to keep pace.
Let's see, though. This is the section of racetrack where Wyatt was looking very racy a lap ago. From here all the way till they enter back into the woods, it's a lot of fields. We'll see if Wyatt, I'm not expecting him to get right to the rear wheels of Bryson, but I would not be shocked to see him really close that gap up. I think as the track is now even drying up more, I think Wyatt's going to have a little bit of an advantage as far as, like I said, just kind of the flickability of that bike. It's going to handle a little bit better with the 21-inch front and 20-inch rear tires. But, man, Bryson Neal is an absolute bull. He can ride anything. You can give this guy a bicycle, and he could probably, set a pretty good pace on it.
And it looked like third and fourth really not too far off of that pace of Wyatt Wilkin back there, just kind of lurking.
Man, that is
Neil's skirting through there, just looking good.
Yeah, he's at full send. I mean, the way he ran the cushion there, kind of dropped one wheel. You see Wyatt Wilkin doing the same thing.
Yep.
There is Hunter there in the number 3 spot, and now he has opened up a bit of a gap over. There is Chris Borich there, the number 12, and just behind him, the 723 of Walker Fowler. So that is your top 5. Just behind them should still be Stephen Harrell, and then Josh Merritt, the man on the move, trying to bridge the gap to get to what is this battle we're seeing on screen, top 5. So the top 3 strung out a little bit, looking like Fowler starting to close the gap just a little bit on the number 12 of Chris Borich. Hey, those guys got their own little battle going on. They can see the lead, and each one of those two has the opportunity to tick one off and be the first one to 76, making them the winningest, not just ATV racer, but GNCC racer of all time. Pretty cool to see both these guys in the mix, and you know, Walker Fowler wearing Chris Borich's knee pads. So,
what like kind of historical day, honestly, in the big sense, in the big picture. How good is this? We talk about silly season after we come out of summer break. This being silly season. I don't know. Do you know what Borich did over the summer? Like, he is hanging with these guys right now. Did he change something up?
Yeah, pretty sure he went to the beach with his daughters.
There you go. So he just enjoyed life.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure Chris has been riding, but I mean, we had some conversations this week, and I mean, he openly put it out there. He's like, man, I got a lot going on. He said, I'm a dad. I'm doing a lot to try to, make sure I keep making ends meet for my family. It's not just fully me 100% focused on racing.
Yes.
I'm not training at the level that I was when I was winning. I try to ride as much as I can, but sometimes it's just, the fun factor.
Yeah.
And a day like today, you just don't suffer like you would if it was 90 degrees and super dusty. And Chris knows how to ride an ATV. This guy has world-class skills and speed, but I'm going to be honest, it's just the endurance that, it hurts when you go that fast.
Sure.
On a day like today, it hurts like 10% less, and that's enough for a guy like Chris.
I love that.
He's going to dig. He can see the leaders right there, and he wants to put it on the podium.
Oh, absolutely.
And if he can see Bryson Neal ahead of him on the last lap, you want to talk about an epic day. How about let's not even say one more. Chris Borich, last lap charge to take the win.
Oh, let's go.
This place had burned to the ground.
Yes.
Man, did you guys see how bad Neil got shaken coming out of that corner? Almost got tossed off the machine.
This is the part of the track I was talking about where it's harder. You get into these switchbacks. There you see Borich, and now Fowler really starting to put the heat on Borich there, trying to look for a way around. But Chris Borich definitely holding his own and can still see. Oh, look at that. Chris Borich pulled over and let Walker Fowler by. Knowing he had the pace, he's saying, hey, this is my toe back to the front. In my opinion, smart move on Borich's part. As long as he sets his mind to it, says, hey, I'm hanging with this guy no matter what. He can. Look at this. Josh Merritt has gotten around Stephen Harrell, and he is on a mission. He actually looks like he was faster through that section than everyone in front of him. And there is Harrell still solidly in the number 7 spot. Really can't talk enough about this guy. A lot of times guys come in to XC1.
Nagging wrist injury as well. Yeah.
But, I mean, coming into XC1, it's easy to get that kind of rookie hangover coming off an XC2 championship. This guy has been absolutely rock solid all year long, up in the mix. Austin Abney, conditions he's comfortable in. He rides a little bit of mud and water coming out of Indiana. So a lot of guys still in the mix right now, 11 miles into lap number 2. And this will be, I assume, a 2-lap card.
I would assume as much,
I'm just kind of guessing, unless they decide to do a white flag. I know they are very, very closely and intently monitoring the weather.
Yeah, there is some more weather coming through. I think we're out of the, as far as the race is concerned, out of the woods on that. But who knows? I don't know.
We don't make those decisions.
I was just saying, I'm so glad I don't make those decisions.
Well, and we're going back like earlier, talking about Rita and Kerry. Kerry was out in the pouring rain, looking at the radar. I mean, they worked so hard to make sure that all these riders get an opportunity to go out and race as close as much as possible to the entirety full length of the race. Going back to what you were saying about Stephen Harrell, he kind of reminds me of Wyatt Wilkin last year in the XC1 class. He had these flashes, and every time you talk to him, he's taking notes. It's learning opportunities, and then you see Wilkin really putting that to use here in 2024. So I think Harrell, every time I've talked to him, he's always positive, always got a kind of just a very calm demeanor, big smile, and just, hey man, we're doing what we can do, and always seems like he knows as long as he tries his best, he's able to hold his head up high.
Guys, watch it on screen, watch closely here. So this is Bryson Neal out front. I think we may have had a shakeup behind him when those riders came through. I don't want to jump the gun, we're going to find out here, but it almost looked like Hunter Hart had possibly made the pass on Wyatt Wilkin, and it looked like Walker Fowler in the mix there as well. So it is Hunter Hart into the number 2 spot. Then it's Wilkin in 3rd. It is now Walker Fowler into 4th just behind him, and Chris Borich hanging tough there in the number 5 spot. Bryson Neal in and out of the Phoenix Racing Yamaha pits. Looks like he's got a hydration bottle. So this one just got turned upside down again. Wyatt Wilkin dropping a spot, still right there in the mix, but he did lose a spot to Hunter Hart, and Hunter looking like he's already got some fresh goggles on, trying to get in and out of the pits, and all these guys, it's like landing airplanes out there, folks.
Mercy. Hunter Hart looking real good. He has obviously picked up exactly where he left off after Snowshoe. And coming through the finish, how about it?
So that is Hart still there in the number 2 spot. Wyatt Wilkin in 3rd. You can see how badly each one of those guys wanted that number 2 spot. Hart has looked like he had a little bit more pace, but he just, every time he gets close to these guys, he's eating so much roost. Looks like the kind of little bit of time lost there. So Josh Merritt now into the pits and out as well. We're looking for Austin Abney coming in. There is Stephen Harrell in, and little communication going on there between he and his girlfriend Hannah Hunter. There is Jared McClure into the snake pit. Quick pit in and out. Coyote with the fuel jug right in and out. And then it is, I look to be Brandon Owens coming by, no goggles on. And now Austin Abney is in, Dad, with the fuel jug. Got Mikey there that's spraying out the radiators. What they're doing there, guys, when it's muddy like this, it'll pack up the fins in the radiators and really limit the cooling capacity. So when they do that, they're trying to rinse out those radiators, let that air flow freely through there to keep these engines cool. And here's the man of the day, in my opinion. Jay Shadron out there mixing it up, running solidly in a top 10 spot, and Ronnie Rush coming in there just behind him. We'll watch as those guys check in and see if Jay is able to hang on. He was 10th place in the overall last lap. And, Adam McGill off the machine and running into his trailer. So, interesting.
Not sure what happened there. We're looking at the machine. I didn't know if maybe they spilled fuel. What was going on?
Gas on them? Or no, it looks like
lug nuts? Are we changing a tire? We don't do that anymore. We have tire balls. But maybe we're going to do that today? Loose lug nuts, possibly. Well,
what was that something that he could feel on the machine if it was a loose lug?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, if the lugs had come loose and the wheel was wobbling, we're speculating here. We'll see if they pull the wheel off or if they're just snugging it up. It could also be, so the hub is held on by one center nut, and then there's 4 lug nuts. Bryson Neal now out at the mile marker, roosting our camera. He said, hey, you guys want to talk trash about the Bidwell Bullet?
Front row seat.
I didn't talk trash.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it looks like he has bent the axle. That is the issue there. Yep, axle bent or the wheel actually coming apart. Hard to tell, but that is going to be very difficult to ride. He has dropped an overall spot now to Grayson Eller. And as they check in with 2 laps complete, we'll give you the rundown. You saw it on screen. Look, there is Borich. And look at that. He still is latched onto the back of Walker Fowler, so smart move for him there, hoping that maybe Walker can pull him back up. Looks like both of those guys lost some time in the pits. When they came in, they were right behind that group in front of them, and now clear track in front of them, meaning they have lost a little bit of time there. And that is still Bryson Neal all by himself. A lap ago, we did have Wyatt Wilkin all over him, putting all kinds of pressure. Zach, this was your section where you saw Wyatt get all kinds of crazy.
Ooh, I tell you what, all 4 wheels touched the ground, but none of them at the same time.
Right.
That was, definitely got his attention, to say the least. But Wilkin right now going to have to kind of hit the reset button. He got passed by Hart, and the focus is going to have to change. Borich a little bit of space back, so he's feeling a little secure on that podium spot, but he was comfortable in second, and he really wanted to be right back where he was, knocking on the door of his first win.
So interesting, actually, looking at the gaps there. So it was 16 seconds back to Hunter Hart when they checked in with 2 laps complete. Bryson Neal leading the way. Wyatt Wilkin, we know, was all over the back of Hunter Hart and still is there on screen. You can see that going on. But then just after that, it was actually Chris Borich got back around Walker Fowler in the pits. As we looked the order that they checked in, Walker Fowler was actually 4 seconds behind Chris Borich. Back on screen, he's back ahead of him again. So it looks like he's caught him. Don't know if Borich let him by again, but regardless, that kind of explains that gap. Walker lost a little time in the pits there. I know he was concerned about, he doesn't have a hydration pack. That was the one thing for him. So he wanted to make sure he was getting hydration every lap. So maybe he spent a little extra time there. But look at this, Wyatt Wilkin he didn't even care about staying out of the roost zone. He is all over Hunter Hart and wanting that number 2 spot back.
It's nasty right there.
Moto tees. It's got them. Hydration packs.
That's true.
My man,
there
King
you go.
Kenny, he's got you in the hard parts trailer. Anybody else is looking for one?
We were literally down to minutes.
Oh, you were. Johnny had a tire in each arm, was sprinting. Full effort there from the entire Walker Fowler pits.
That bike was brought to be a display bike. It was not prepared. It did not have tire balls. He still does not have tire balls in the front. He's running. We found a set from Alex Elioff, Jess's husband, who rides XC2. He actually went with the tweeners, put bigger tires on. So we said, hey, these are brand new. They're mounted.
Yes.
Groove, they're ready to go. We carried him over. Completely forgot that Walker runs a different front HUD setup, so he could not run the fronts. But we ran the rears. So the rears got on there. Fronts, no tire balls. Told him. Last thing I told him before he, kind of went to the start, I said, hey, don't hit anything with the front end. You don't have tire balls.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a testament to Mark Notman, too, as a mechanic.
He's having a stroke right now.
I know. For Johnny and I talked a little bit before, and Mark was a little apprehensive of, this isn't, the machine's not ready. And Johnny assured him, you build a great race bike, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, and here we are, 2 laps.
Knock on wood. So it's doing fantastic.
It's just clicking off the miles.
Let's show some love to Hunter Hart up in that mix in the 2 spot, under fire by Wyatt Wilkin right now. Let's go. That's a battle right there. That's the dog fight.
I tell you what.
Go ahead.
Hart smells blood in the water.
Yeah.
And he's like a shark out there.
Yes.
Partially because he got bit by a shark over summer break.
That's also true. Yes.
He did. I think he wanted that mentioned because he's like, I can overcome a shark bite. I can overcome anything.
He's part of a very elite group.
The battle for 76 on screen.
I love that.
Walker Fowler there in the number 4 spot, and Chris Borch in the number 5 spot. And I got to tell you, Chris Borch looking racy. He's not just hanging on. You saw him hippity hop his way down those rocks. He saw Walker do it in front of him and said, hey, is this how we race at the front now? All right, I got this. And they have now opened up. Look at the gap that they have opened up. Borch sitting there in the number 5 spot, and now Harrell there in 6th, and McClure looking like he's just behind him in the number 7 spot.
I love Harrell always rocking the fluorescent goggles.
It's very helpful.
Yes,
as an announcer,
very
greatly
good for
appreciated.
So those are 7 of your top XC1 checked in. Top 7 as they run on screen, and also your top 7 overall. Grayson Eller this lap actually dropped back to the number 13 spot in the overall. Last lap at 11. There is Josh Merritt with the helmet change. You can tell because it's clean. Just behind him. So there is Brandon Owens now. And there was another rider there in between. Missed who that was. Let's see.
Johnny can see through the mud.
Austin Abney was up in that mix as well. I'm kind of looking at the running order as they checked in, and Jay Shadron as well. They were all coming down the hill. It was hard to see who was who, but Brandon Owens, a rider on the move. He was back in the number 9 spot. Looks like he is, looks like Josh Merritt lost the space. So there we go. So Harrell up to 6th around Merritt. And then McClure also. So Merritt's the one that kind of lost out there in the pit exchange. Did see he had a clean white helmet on, though, and he started with the black one. He's known to do that.
Yes.
He gets an extra set of helmet tags, and he just likes that clean, fresh helmet. Don't know if that maybe added a little time to the pit, but he lost a couple spots in the pits there.
There you go. What Johnny's saying is, Josh, keep the dirty helmet.
Listen, man, everybody's got to do what works for them.
That's right.
I don't see it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work for him.
That's fine.
Again, if you're able to do it quick enough that you can be done with the helmet change before your crew is done putting fuel in, then that's great. But if it's adding time, and I don't know that's what happened. We don't have his pit on here. Maybe he decided he wanted gloves. Maybe he took some towels, or maybe it was just not the greatest pit stop. But he did lose a couple spots there. Now we see the 171.
The machine's still clean too.
Yes, out front all day.
Yeah.
And that is still Adam McGill with that wobbly wheel still hanging on there. And he actually took off right behind Grayson Eller. He's still there. So here's the thing. That's inconvenient to ride, and it's uncomfortable. The only danger that he per se runs is it will sometimes shake the lug nuts loose. So that's probably why he was checking those. The other thing is with that weight out there kind of hammering around, it has been known to take out carrier bearings, which you lose. When you lose the axle bearings, you kind of have to pull in.
Yep.
But being that we're over halfway through this race, if it just happened, it could go an hour on a bent axle.
Oh, man.
Anything beyond that, you start getting into the danger zone. And we're not talking about Hayden Deegan here.
Sure.
We're talking about having axle bearings go out. But the leaders looking like they're on screen here from our Yamaha Racing live drone. We'll wait, we'll watch, and we'll see if we can catch them popping out on screen. That is not Bryson Neal. We got riders, but it's not our leaders. So we'll keep waiting and watching. You guys were mentioning earlier during the morning race, I thought it was odd the kind of, I don't even know what the word is for it, they were kind of trickling in at the finish. I've never seen a race unless it was like a torrential downpour. Like, the track was in good shape. You know, the heat was knocking some people out. We were having some machines overheating, but there was like minutes going by between riders coming in. You know, maybe it's just people kind of underestimated how difficult the track was going to be, how hot the conditions were. And the riders that did come in were kind of almost just limping themselves across the finish line. Again, don't know if it was the heat or the track, but did you guys notice that as well?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wondered that too. I just assumed heat. Is this Bryson Neal right here?
That is Bryson Neal, the #1 Phoenix Racing Yamaha on screen. 7 wins so far in 2024, and so far has led this one virtually from the drop of the flag, looking like he wants to make it, you know, a casual 8 out of 10.
Mercy. Yeah, I just kind of gave credit to the heat. I mean, it felt... DJ Judd actually made the mention. He goes, this feels Loretta's hot out here. Like, it was mid-90s scorcher.
And Johnny can now talk of
humid.
that.
And yeah, Johnny got to experience that this year as there is second and third. Who is it, Hart and Wilkin, or is it Wilkin and Hart?
It's still Hart and Wilkin, but to me it looked like they made up some time because it was 16 seconds when they left the scoring, and that was not 16 seconds. Our OPAG, our producer Adam Gordon, is going to go back and get us a split, but my gut tells me that that was not anywhere near 16 seconds. I think we're looking under 10 or 10 on the dot.
Johnny.
Wow.
Guys, 10 on the dot.
Now you boosted his ego, Adam. Okay.
All right. Calculate.
Listen, we're going to the casino tonight.
Let's go.
I'm in. It's been too long.
We're going to take Zach Aaron and we're taking it to the roulette wheel. We're going to bet it all on
double or nothing here.
I'm sorry. I think OPAG asked me a question. What was that, OPAG?
I was asking for Powerball numbers.
I was just asking for the Powerball numbers. Man, if I had them, I would absolutely share them because OPAG is the one that keeps this show rolling. Folks, on a day like today, you know, now keep in mind, folks, 60-mile-an-hour winds is what was forecast.
It was a little gnarly.
We're talking about 1-inch hail. We didn't get the 1-inch hail.
Yeah, thank God.
But shout out to the entire Racer TV crew, the entire Racer Productions and GNCC crew for making this race happen today. And I'll be the bad guy. I'll be the heavy. Anybody who's got a problem with the way this was handled today,
I agree with that.
Come talk to me. I'll be happy to explain to you that you can take your opinion, and I'll take you right where you can shove it.
The bottom line is, you know, here was the realistic scenario to give you guys some behind the scenes. It was, do we delay this? We don't want to delay this, but do we? Because if we run this right now and it does end up bad, and we have to throw a checkers or a red flag into a restart, people are going to be more upset. I think I couldn't agree with that more. If I had to go out and run one lap, I would say I didn't pay to go race one lap. I wanted to race a full GNCC here today, and Racer Productions and the staff made that happen.
And I understand that people are going to have opinions, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because if you don't know, if you're not an event promoter and you're not looking at the radar and you don't know all the policies, then it can seem, well, why don't we just run the race? And I get that. But once you've had it explained to you, just digest it, give a thumbs up. Even if you don't agree with it, just move on. And that's what most of the customers do. And man, we have a great family here, as we pointed out. I mean, you know, everybody I think pumped that we got this race in. I think a lot of people were concerned that maybe we weren't going to get the race. They came all this way, but you know, leave it to the professionals, and they got it done.
That's exactly it. And you know, I know it's a 1 in a million scenario, but we had a young man, not one of our events, it was a local event, I think it was down in Texas earlier this year, was struck by lightning on a racetrack. So to say, oh, it's not going to happen, that's where you get foolish. I think they did the right thing.
Well, and I heard just before the actual start of the race that they clocked the first lightning strike in the radius for that little cell. It would have been less than 1 lap that we were able to do. So it would have been literally a start to checkered flag. I don't think that's what anybody wanted. So the right decision being made, like you said, Johnny, I think sometimes there's I understand the frustration, but it's a lack of information and a lack of really knowing the full picture and the full idea as to what's at stake. Because when we say these promoters and Kerry and Tim and everybody involved take it seriously, they feel the weight of everybody's safety, everybody's concern, and so yeah, that absolutely comes first here.
Well, you want to talk about feeling the weight right now.
Let's go.
Bryson Neal starting to feel the weight of Hunter Hart closing the gap. Again, had it down to 10 seconds, made up 6 seconds. The section of racetrack that they're in right now, Chris Forage tagging a monster can, and that, unfortunately, is going to let Walker Fowler get away. I was literally just going to give Forage a shout-out and talk how well he had latched onto the back of Walker Fowler. Pretty composed there, though. He knows he's lost some time, but he's still got a pretty good gap over the group behind him.
I think a little head nod up to the camera like, crap, you got that on Racer TV.
Now, Chris Forage just wanted a little pick-me-up.
That's it.
For a little monster.
Unleashing the beast.
Hey, maybe he'll will unleash the beast. In the next camera shot, we'll have him not only back up to Walker Fowler, but back around Walker Fowler and charging towards lead. So here is Stephen Harrell and Jared McClure as they run. That is actually your 6th and 7th place spot. We pointed out we've lost Josh Merritt from that battle, and I think that may have been him right there going the other way. Turn the camera. Oh, I think it was. I saw a white helmet, right?
I'm into it, yeah. I'm good with that.
Got some more riders coming through. We know Brandon Owens was up in the mix. That's actually Austin Abney there. So he was another rider up in that mix as well. And I believe that was Josh Merritt that had come through. Brandon Owens in the mix here as well. We'll wait and see. That is Ronnie Rush. There is Jay Shadron. Then it's Brandon Owens. So Owens actually losing out on that exchange there. Lost a couple positions. Next up, we should be seeing riders like Grayson Eller, the number 171, and also Adam McGill, who we know is, and look at this, folks. Just looking here, we talked about some A riders in the mix in the top 20. Riders just checking in. We now have 3, count them, 3 college A riders, 14, 15, 16 overall. Talon Stout, Jeremiah Wolf, and Logan Steele.
Let's go.
All these guys up in the mix out of that college A class and ripping out front. Talon Stout with a 19-second lead over Jeremiah Wolf. Jeremiah's dad, Brian Wolf, took the unofficial overall this morning. He was the first rider to, uncorrected time, the fastest rider. Again, Sportsman A, he knew when he signed up. He wasn't eligible. He wants to be able to support his son in the afternoon. He's not yet 45 years old, so he can't run the 45 plus. He can't run any of the other age classes in the morning because he was a former XC1 rider. So it just works out that he can race that Sportsman A. And here comes your leader in XC2.
Still clean, Grayson Eller at Phoenix Racing Yamaha doing his thing out in front of that XC2 class. Reverse plate, Grayson Eller, your points leader.
He's not superstitious.
No.
There's Adam McGill, the Gator.
Still hauling, and really still not that far off of Grayson's pace. So McGill just saying, I'm going to send this thing until it tells me I can't anymore.
Hey, man, your home state race, you know, he wants to be out there for the fans. Adam McGill, he's been doing this a long time. He knows it's safe. He's probably bummed. Most likely, if I had to guess, probably made contact with the tree at a high rate of speed, and that axle said, nah, I think we're going to just take a little tweak here. But he's been able to, limp it along, got in, made sure those lug nuts were tight, and he's back out there circulating and still solidly in the top 20.
Tree is out of the race, though.
The tree is out,
That tree is donezo. Looking like these might be some of our other XC2 riders now checking in. That was Tanner Walker, I can tell you that for sure. And looks like we might have a little mix-up. Maybe Kenny Schick, a rider that has made some passes, and also Keaton Henderson up in the mix as well for those top running positions in the XC2. Alex Elioff, so Grayson Eller leading the way, and when they checked in, it was actually Alex Elioff in the number 2 spot, Tanner Walker in 3rd, Keaton Henderson in 4th in that XC2 Pro-Am class. So a little shake-up there.
Well, we are about an hour and 20 into it, knocking on the door of that Bryson Neal, the Bidwell Bullet, leading it. Hunter Hart, Wyatt Wilkin battling back and forth for that 2 position. A surprise from Walker Fowler out here racing with us. It has been every little bit of sunshine, rain, doesn't matter. We're like the United States Postal Service, baby. We are still going to deliver on a Saturday here at the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100. We will be right back with more in just a moment.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the Mud, the Blood, the Beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions.
100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future.
Community, family, teamwork. It's what we have stood on for over a decade. Hauling might be what we do at the surface, but it's much deeper than that, because what you need matters. When you need a haul, give us a call at 724-852-4488. For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, we at JD Enterprises are prepared to serve you.
It takes commitment, passion, and endurance to make something great. Made by champions, for champions.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to Round 10, the Canati Tires Buckwheat 100 here on RacerTV.com. Entering the tail end of the race. Shouldn't be long before we expect to see a white flag. As right now, the Bidwell Bullet, Bryson Neal, out front leading the way, and he is stretched it out just a little bit. We had the Hart and Wilkin battle going on. And last we saw, they were still neck and neck. And then the good old battle for 76 between Walker Fowler and Chris Boric. But lots of action, not only at the front of the XC1 class, but some movement going around throughout the XC2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Grayson Eller kind of been out front the entire time. He's basically had this one since the first turn. But in the rest of the podium positions in that XC2, it has absolutely been a mix-up. They've been kind of trading paint, trading positions. And the other thing we pointed out, we got 3 College A riders now inside the top 20, 14, 15, and 16 overall. So shout out to Talon Stout, Jeremiah Wolf, and Logan Steele, your top 3 in that College A class. Young riders really showcasing their skills. Most of those guys, possibly all of them, may be moving up to that XC2 class next year. So that just shows the talent level in GNCC. The young riders are coming, and now the future looks pretty bright. But, yeah, Bryson Neal, 16 seconds was the lead when they checked in with 2 laps to go. Well, now they'll be coming around getting a white flag. Last we saw on screen, Hunter Hart and Wyatt Wilkin had whittled it down to 10. Will they be able to continue to close that gap, or will Bryson Neal take a look over his shoulder and say, nah, boys, I'm going to make it 8 out of 10. I'm going to go ahead and stretch this out. Either way, it's been great racing action. It's been tight. We've seen very, very small gaps between our top riders, and they've been really battling it out on a racetrack that's shaping up. We don't see the standing water now. There's a few places, so they're really starting to get down to some better dirt. You can't really say good dirt here, but some better dirt, and it's shaping up to be a great racetrack.
You know, I got to hand it to Hunter Hart, to Wyatt Wilkin, hanging in there and chipping away at that lead of Bryson Neal's. We'll say, hey, running the different size tires, the weather conditions, blah, 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 blah. Bottom line is they got it within 10 seconds of B. Neal. That's impressive on any day.
100%, you know, and honestly, if you're Hunter Hart, I mean, you're looking for those moments this year. It was, you know, Mikey, you and I took some flack for being too hard on Hunter. Hunter knows we like him. We know, you know, he's our buddy. But it was a dumpster fire of a start to the season for Hunter Hart. And, you know, he's had some flashes of brilliance. Obviously, great race there at Snowshoe now 10 weeks ago, but that kind of sucks if you're Hunter Hart, because it's like you finally get the momentum going in your direction. You battle for the win. You end up in the second place spot, and that's like, okay, we're going to go take a couple months off. But obviously he's showing he might have taken a couple months off of GNCC, but didn't look like he'd take much time off of anything else. He's right back up to speed, not only, you know, matching Bryson's pace, but honestly making up some ground. And you got to remember, Hunter started back there in about the number 6 or 7 spot. He's all the way up to P2 and making ground on Bryson Neal. Will he make it a battle for the win? We don't know yet, but he sure is keeping it interesting.
Yeah, and as we wait on the leaders to come through the FMF PowerPoint, Hunter Hart, I think we were hard on him, Johnny, earlier this year because he's rocking a national number 2. You know, he is expected to be up there battling with Bryson Neal. I think I know he has those expectations for himself as well, and it just something wasn't working. But Hunter Hart, obviously, the round going into summer break and then coming out of summer break, he is doing the right things.
There we go. So Bryson Neal still leading the way at the 8-mile marker. We see the gap is. It ain't much.
Wow.
Hey.
Oh.
Speaking of, how about that? Hart and Wilkin right there with Bryson Neal. So maybe a mistake by Neal?
No, I think Hunter's on the push. And
let's go.
And Wyatt's coming with him. And guys, I hate to say it, that was a lot of white smoke coming off of Hunter's machine. Hunter is known to be abusive to the clutch in conditions like this. So maybe a pit board for Hunter Hart that says,
and there it is. Oh, no.
Hunter Hart's machine gives up there. Or is that? Yeah, that's Hunter.
Yeah.
You can see the...
Oh,
guys,
this is heartbreaking.
I saw that coming. I don't know what caused it, but yeah, that is... No, that is...
Is that?
That is not. That is Bryson Neal.
That's Neal.
Bryson Neal off to the side of the track.
So scratch that. So that would explain how... Hey, he was losing time. He said, let me send this, try to continue sending this machine, send it till it does this. So that's a heartbreaker for Neal. Boy, Johnny, let's talk about this. We talked pre-show.
Yeah.
We said Walker Fowler. This sucks. Absolutely sucks.
Guys, I could be wrong, but this is almost the same section of track.
I think you're absolutely correct.
Where Bryson,
battery issue.
Last year, the battery exploded, causing him to DNF this race. And now he's sitting on that. Now, folks, if you're Bryson Neal, you're not panicking. You're bummed. I mean, 51-point lead.
He's still in control, yes.
But, this is potentially giving up 30 points unless he's able to get this machine going. Someone's going to win this race today. Don't know who it will be, but someone's going to gain 30 points unless Bryson is able to get this machine going. You can see a dejected Bryson Neal. That's actually one of his crew members right there in the clear. And you can see there's the race recap from last year. That actually isn't the exact same section of track, but it is very near. I know I can see where Bryson is there. That's a different valley, but it is very, very close. And then you can see Walker Fowler actually becoming the benefactor in only his, I believe, third race back after missing the entire season with his back injury, ended up winning that race. And now today, it's Hunter Hart taking over the lead, Wyatt Wilkin assuming the number 2 spot, and Walker Fowler into third. Bryson Neal, ever the consummate professional. You don't see a temper tantrum. He's helping his crew pull the machine back, helmet off. He knows, I'm guessing by the way they're reacting, this is something they don't anticipate having a way to fix. Looks like he is still trying to start the machine. But yeah, this is, you can see him down on his knees taking a look at things, but judging by the way he's kind of reacting here, I don't think they see a real path to fixing whatever the issue is. It almost, yeah, they're taking a look at the engine, so something caused this machine to likely stop running, so.
Well, an absolute heartbreaker for Bryson Neal, and now the scenario is beginning to play out. Walker Fowler hesitant about racing today, had a heart-to-heart with Johnny Gallagher and Mark Notman, his mechanic, and said, you know what, I'm going to give it a go, and I got to think Fowler would have loved to have had a win today. We still have plenty of racing left, but nonetheless, I think Walker going to be very happy he raced today.
Could you imagine if he was standing right here and that just happened?
Yeah, he'd be
heartbroken
right now.
And, it's easy. It's always easy to make, I don't even know what the word is for it. Like, this is for, obviously, here's Grayson Eller on screen now at the 8-mile marker. That is your XC2 leader. When I heard last week that Walker was thinking about not racing this race, like, in my mind, it was, for me personally, like, you don't make that decision until you've ridden the bike, until you know how you feel. When the doctor clears you, if you think you can go out there and salvage anything, he talked about that one last championship run. Well, depending on how today pans out, suddenly this is potentially
very true
a championship. Not saying he's a shoe-in for it or even it likely, because 51 points, even if he somehow wins this race today, he's still 31 points behind Bryson Neal, 21 points. And he's only running in the number 3 spot right now. But 21 points is a whole different ball game than 81 if you don't go to the starting line today and Bryson Neal wins. Chip in a chair, baby. If you got a championship mentality, you go to the line, and anybody who tells you shouldn't, you block that person out.
I love it.
If you feel you're safe, that's the key thing. Like, can you ride this race safely? He made that decision, looked at us all today and said, I'm not worried about injuring myself. I just didn't feel I could be competitive. And now with the rain, I think I can.
He can. Sounds like we have Jackson Burrow standing by trackside.
Hey, Mikey. Yeah, we are over here around the 2-mile marker and the 5-mile marker. And, man, what a track we have out here. It looks a lot different when you're in person. That's what I always say, but it definitely does. You see this hill here behind me. it's not that it's that steep necessarily. It's the unevenness from side to side and all of these loose boulders that are catching the riders. But as you guys will see, when your pro riders come down this hill, they're able to jump across these rock slabs pretty much double down the hill and then try to keep control of that machine and head into the next turn. Some cool sections down here. Pay attention to those riders jumping down the hill. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jackson. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I believe even Adam McGill wheel tapping his machine down that hill. So a lot of different strategies there. And like Jackson said, it's not that it's that steep, but you're driving into that bottom corner with so much speed. So definitely a unique section here to this Buckwheat 100 course.
Trying to figure out if we may have our leaders possibly on screen. That's Wyatt Wilkin up in the front there. That is Walker Fowler, now we believe in the number 3 spot. Hunter Hart possibly has stretched out on these two. So I think what we're seeing on screen is 2nd and 3rd place. We're also seeing dust kick up. We didn't expect to see that just an hour ago. Well, these guys are working their way down to what will be a white flag waving in the hands of Ricky. I believe we've been told a 4-lap.
4-lap, yes, that's confirmed.
So I don't think the 2-lap card ever went out, but I believe white flag should be coming out.
As the drone, Yamaha Racing live drone, flies its way over here, we think we are going to see still number 2 of Hunter Hart. We did not have him in the last camera shot, but he is now out front leading the way, we believe. And also keeping in mind, let's keep an eye on that white smoke we saw coming out of his machine. Hopefully now that he's out front, he can. Wyatt Wilkin is leading. We've lost Hunter Hart.
Oh, no.
Wow. Oh, that is not good. We've lost 2 of the top 4 riders in the last couple miles of racetrack. Unless Hunter is so far out front that we've missed him, I think Hunter Hart's machine was smoking badly in that last camera shot. So Wyatt Wilkin now out front, and behind him,
that
is Walker Fowler, the number 1 of Jessica Elioff.
Oh, that's right, yes.
And is, for those at home that weren't watching earlier, Walker Fowler, borrowed gear, no intentions of racing today, sitting in the number 2 spot, actually wearing the WXC champion Jessica Elioff's chest protector there, as well as her neck brace, John Glauda's boots, Josh Merritt's gear,
love it,
my goggles, and Chris Borch's knee pads. So a lot of things going on out there, but in the number 2 spot and gaining valuable points in this championship hunt as it sits right now. If things finish the way they are,
Did you see that no footer down the hill? I love it.
As things run right now, this would be an epic day for a couple of guys. This guy right here, Wyatt Wilkin, potentially looking at Mikey Waynes, called it this morning.
Well, I didn't say he'd win today. I just said he's obviously got it on the radar. He's crazy not to.
Nonetheless, though, Mikey Waynes might be our new. Where's those Powerball?
Yeah, maybe I'll go buy a lottery ticket tonight.
We're all going to the casino, baby. We're gonna. It's gonna be a rough race call for us tomorrow, but we're going to the casino.
Wyatt,
tonight.
Just give me some of the purse, man.
And I feel like Wyatt Wilkin will gladly come with us. Now, these guys have now opened up a gap over. Folks, let's talk about something else. This moves Chris Borich up to a 3rd place spot if he's also been able to get around Hunter Hart, which we think.
Yeah.
I'm not putting any bad mojo on anybody, but Hunter Hart's bike.
It was smoking.
Yeah. That was not like, oh, I'm running a little hot. That was like, I'm nearing the end of the day.
Yep.
And I think that may be what happened. So could this potentially move the number 12, Chris Borich, up to a podium spot? Chris Borich on screen. No, Josh Merritt has made his way around Borich. We saw him charging in that last camera shot. Now up to a 3rd place spot. Still, I think we'll see Chris Borich coming up here soon in the number 4 spot. Now it's Stephen Harrell in the number 4 spot. So Harrell on the charge looked like he hooked up with Merritt, and those guys are the guys that are ripping. We saw Merritt do this a couple laps ago, then lost a bunch of spots in the pits, back on a charge. Then it's McClure, then it's Borich, still running solidly in about the 6th or 7th place spot. I lost track.
Yeah, again, we just put him back in the Yahtzee shaker.
5 was McClure, 6 was Borich.
Man. Wild.
I'm just speechless here.
Just when you think, welcome back to GNCC, folks. Just when you think you're like, well, this one's pretty set in stone here.
I
wrenching the gears.
Seeing things like that as an announcer and not wanting to say anything, but at the same time knowing what's about
racing,
to happen.
right? I mean,
when I saw Hunter Hart's bike, I was like, ooh, like that's not going to the finish line. Don't know what happened. We'll try to get a word with him. We'll hope he's able to get the machine restarted.
Yeah.
But that was all. I went from out of nowhere, running well, charging, making up time on Bryson Neal was absolutely cooking to cooked.
Yeah. To cooked. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe our man Jackson Burrow is headed down to the Bryson Neal pits first. Going to try to see what's going on with the number 1, and then probably head over to the Hunter Hart pits just after that. So, like we said, honestly, different conditions, but a lot of the same story that we had in that AM ATV race. The machine has got to make it to the finish.
Yeah. Look at Wyatt Wilkin taking a look over his shoulder, and he's saying, listen, there's nobody behind me. I'm currently winning a race. But ask yourself this, 6 weeks off of a double hernia surgery or not, other than Bryson Neal, if there was a rider you didn't want to have behind you, name one other than Walker Fowler.
It's so interesting. I don't remember what round it was. Good pit stop there for Wyatt Wilkin as well, but I don't remember what race it was earlier this season, but Levi Cohen pointed at Wyatt Wilkin and said, his is coming. It's on its way.
Well, I mean, he was right there with Josh Merritt that is Walker Fowler there in the number 2 spot. And what you're seeing,
boy, that's going to be some pressure right there. You are Wyatt Wilkin.
I'm going to be honest with you. Walker Fowler has that championship mentality, and that's why, against kind of his own, hey, I'm going to do the smart thing. Listen, I don't know how to say this any other way to say. Real men race GNCC, and sometimes you can't do the smart thing. When you've got what's on the line.
I don't think what we do is necessarily smart. We're wild men.
Well-adjusted human beings don't do what these men do.
Talk to anyone outside of our industry, and they think we're all nuts. Crazy. Okay,
Josh Merritt there in the number 3 spot, another guy. I mean, just digging and digging all day. Tell them they can't, they will go do it. And that's what we're seeing right now. That said, at Walker Fowler, almost no seat time. I mean, 3 days of riding in the last nearly 3 months, double hernia surgery. I think if you're Wyatt Wilkin, keep this thing in the track, keep it moving forward. Walker's going to throw everything he's got at you, and he's got a big old heart.
Oh, and there's Boric, his machine smoking.
I can't imagine he's got much left in the tank at this point. He's running on pure adrenaline. I think this is Wyatt Wilkin's race to lose.
Yeah, this is, boy, what a testament to the young Wyatt Wilkin.
Oh, you can see Boric. So what he's doing there, he's feeling that lower hose to see if the coolant is circulating, and what he's finding he's not liking. They're trying to figure out if they can go ahead and spray that radiator out. It's just overheating. Trying to do anything they can to potentially get him to the finish line, sitting solidly in. And you want to talk about what GNCC Racing's about. Look at his daughter there with the pit bull.
I was about to say,
What did it say? Could we see what it said?
It looked like it said something go. Now,
something
Walker
go,
Fowler's starting to really look like he's throwing a lot of smoke and overheating.
I saw that coming out of the finish line area. It was definitely steaming up a little bit.
So let's see if the young Wyatt Wilkin can maintain out in front, bring home his first career win under fire from, who else? Just a man tied for the all-time wins list in GNCC history.
I mean, what a way
75.
to do it. If you were going to get your first one, what a way to do it.
On what a day. We talked about the debate, too, of like, oh, well, they've delayed the race, and, everybody crying about that. Well, if you're Wyatt Wilkin and you can hang on and you get your first career win today, that's going to look pretty good in the autobiography when you're talking about, well, it was coming out of summer break, and we had a torrential downpour, and they delayed the race, and I was angry, and I got my first win. So who knows? But Walker Fowler lurking. That machine is smoking.
Yep.
You're absolutely right. So, does he have the power to catch back up to him? And it does look like Wilkins stretching it out a little bit in some of these sections.
Well, and it almost looks like Fowler maybe overriding the machine a little bit. You see him spinning kind of more than he'd like to. So clearly the intensity is there. The question is whether or not the machine can handle it, as once again you see a big puff of smoke coming down that straightaway. Oh, that was that section right there. That was the same one that almost got Wilkin earlier. Those square edge holes, kind of like what you were talking about earlier, Johnny. It was developed as a dry track, and then we just flooded it all with water.
Yeah, that's Wyatt Wilkin looking like he's in a good spot there in the number 1 spot. Walker Fowler's bike spewing a lot of smoke. Not quite as bad as what we've seen some of the others, but that is a, frankly, scary amount of smoke coming out of that machine. Steam, he is overheating. Whether or not he can maintain that to the finish line, guys, I don't even care to guess, except to say roulette wheel, baby.
So question for you here, Johnny. Obviously, he's got the win dangling right in front of him. It's right there. But also, the big picture behind racing today was the overall points. Does he significantly check up and take a third or fourth?
Here's the issue. The way that bike is smoking, Walker doesn't see it steaming right now.
Right.
It's not bad enough yet. If I'm Walker Feller's crew and I see what we're seeing, I'm getting out there to anywhere I can on the track and spraying out that radiator, cooling that machine down every opportunity I get the rest of the track. Get him to the finish line, even if it's in 5th place.
Yeah.
Essentially a DNF at this point. There was no point in lining up. I mean, you took a shot at it, but at this point, any points are good points. We have not gotten an update. Neil's still showing in the number 11 spot, but I don't believe that's because he's actually checked in. I just think that and now dropping down to 12. So only 2 laps complete. He has not dropped out of the points yet. But as these riders come in to complete lap number 3 and then lap number 4, he would potentially, unless he can get going, fall out of the top 20 in points. No points. Any points you make up, put you closer in that championship. So if I was Walker Fowler and we had two-way communication, I would tell him, hey, man, anything you can do, short shift that thing, cool it down. Yes, you want to go for the win, but today's not the day, buddy. Back off. Get it to the line. You've got.
If it's the last corner, send that thing. Blow the machine up to get it.
He's right now has a 46-second gap over Josh Merritt. I don't even care about that at this point. Let Josh Merritt go by, limp that thing along until you can get that radiator cleaned out. But he is not doing that. He is.
He is not listening. He's not listening to Johnny Gallagher.
Going for the win. The only thing I could say is it seems to have stopped steaming.
Well, I also saw some rain in that last drone shot as well. So maybe that'll help kind of cool things off as if it does start to rain heavier. 4 seconds we're being told. Yep.
So here's the story on the steaming thing. Okay. When you see steam like that, it's generally blowing out of the overflow. There's 2 types of steam. When it builds enough pressure inside your radiator, there's a pop-off valve, essentially like the thermostat in your car, that allows coolant out to make space inside the radiator. Essentially, it boils over is what you call it. When that happens, you'll have some steam come out. Sometimes it'll level off the pressure. When you see what you saw with Hunter Hart, that was coming out the overflow tube from the radiator. Josh Merritt on a charge, wheel tapping down there up into the number 3 spot. This guy maybe a little too far away to go for the win, but excellent ride to put himself into a podium position, and he has now shaken the number 8 of Stephen Harrell, who was right behind him in that camera shot just a couple miles ago. So the pace Josh Merritt is putting down right now is pretty impressive. We did see look like Stephen Harrell spent some extra time in the pits, and there he is now in the number 4 spot. Would still be, I believe, a career best ride for Harrell as well.
I think so, yeah.
I think he may have gotten a top 5 or very near earlier in the race, earlier in the year. 47 seconds from.
He had a 4th. He had a 4th at round 9.
There we go. So we did have a 4th. Oh, that was just at our last race. And then Jared McClure, top 5. That would be his first top 5 of the season. I'm pretty certain of that. If we look at McClure, you got a 7, 11, 9, 10. Actually, McClure got a 4th, so I was wrong. Round number 7, McClure with the 4th place finish. I think that might have actually been our Powerline Park.
Oh, yeah.
So good mud race for him, and looking to back that up with another solid top 5 here today.
Well, sensational day of racing. Welcome back to GNCC after the summer break. We are knocking on the door here. Just trying to see about what hour and a half. My goodness. I feel like
his way down.
Do what?
I was saying Austin Avenue making his way down the hill.
I was going to say, I feel like we should be checking in any minute now with a checkered flag, but
it's because we're used to being done by now.
Yeah, I think that's probably it, too.
And the riders are probably feeling that, too.
I want you guys to know it's 6:07. I'm 46 years old. It's nearly my bedtime. But this action, we've got battles for the lead. We've got battles for podium positions. And it's just been a crazy day. Chris Borge back out and going.
Let's go.
Still solidly up inside a top 10. Surely not the day he was hoping for, running in nearly a podium position just a few miles ago. Having some bike issues, looked like they were able to get him cooled down, get him back out on track. And then headlights, Jay Shadron in the number 9 spot, Chris Borge in 8th.
Jay Shadron said, I don't know if we caught that in the interview for TV. He said, man, if I could get a top 10, I'll be stoked. I'll be elated. So, Jay, you're doing that right now, buddy.
And we didn't really expound too much on Jay Shadron's injuries, but just over a year ago, an injury that to most would have been career-ending.
Yep.
A very, very severe injury to his hand that left him having to make adjustments on how he rides an ATV and wondering if he even could ride an ATV. Fast forward to end of last year, starts riding and against all odds, saying, hey, man, I feel pretty good. I think I can be competitive. Down, had a horrific practice crash
very bad.
where he had to jump through the handlebars on a motocross track, breaking both of his legs, I believe, and again, badly. Not just like broken legs, like very, very severe injuries. And again, wondering, will I ever ride again? Fast forward, I believe that was in January or February.
Think so.
Fast forward 6 months. Here we are. He's out here running inside the top 10 among the fastest ATV riders in the world. I mean, this guy just what else can you say?
Yeah, Jay Shedd. I mean, it feels like yesterday we were at Big Buck and he was on a scooter getting around the track.
What do you mean Big Buck? He was on a scooter all the way up until basically
good point,
snowshoe, I believe.
We just got a quick glimpse of Eller right there, still leading that XC2 class in their monster mile. Wyatt Wilkin trying to capture his first career win.
Guys, while we got a little lull in the action, let me know if anything pops up on screen. Quick little rundown. Wyatt Wilkin leading the way. Walker Fowler in second. Josh Merritt in third. Stephen Harrell running the number 4 spot. Jared McClure 5th. Austin Abney 6th. Ronnie Rush 7th. Chris Porch 8th. Jay Shadron 9th. Those are your top 9 in XC1. Drop down to the XC2 class. Grayson Eller leading the way. 11th place overall is your College A leader, Talon Stout. All the way up very near the top 10 overall, sitting in that number 11 spot.
My goodness.
So shout out to Talon Stout. Then Alex Thiemann in the number 2 spot. So that's actually the battle for the championship in that XC2 class. Grayson Eller leading the way. Alex Thiemann into the number 2 spot, 37 seconds behind Eller. Then it's Kenny Schick. Shout out to my buddy Kenny Schick in the number 3 spot, rounding out the podium as they run right now in that XC2 class. 29 seconds behind Alex Thiemann, and then only 6 seconds behind him, Keaton Henderson. Then comes another A rider, Jeremiah Wolf, 15th overall, and a whole bunch. We got Corey Vandeliner, another A rider, up into the top 20 in 20th place. So, man, quite the mix-up. John Glaude Jr. did get back going. He is currently, as they run, 18th overall out of that XC1 Pro class.
It's a good day. Been a wild day, to say the least. Waiting on our leaders here at mile marker number 5. Hour and 48 into it. White flags out. Wyatt Wilkins leading the way. Elements have claimed some machines. That is where our points leader, Bryson Neal, is at. Obviously... Oh, yeah, it is raining again, by the way, if you're wondering, hey, where's the drone shot? Rain in the air, so had to pull the drone in. But claimed Hunter Hart, both of those guys having a pretty solid ride early until some mechanicals.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the outcome for today, we haven't got an update on either of those guys. You know, Bryson Neal picked up right where he left off. Yep. Definitely had the speed today to battle for the win. And then Hunter Hart, I mean, just picked right up where he left off at Snowshoe as well. I mean, they were 1-2 at Snowshoe. Yep. They were running 1-2 today. Ultimately, we believe mechanical issues with Hunter based off what we saw on screen. But Bryson, we know mechanical issues. Take those guys out, and everybody slides up a spot.
That's crazy.
Mikey Wayne suddenly looks like the clairvoyant.
The guru, yeah.
Knowing that Wyatt Wilkin going to get his first win, but he's got heavy pressure from behind. Yeah. From 723.
From Walker Fowler.
The number 1 of Jessica Elioff.
Yes.
Or the number, his jersey said, this is true, guys, when he starts taking his gear off when he gets to the podium, 723 on the machine and obviously the stickers. Yeah. His chest protector is going to say number 1, Elioff. His jersey is going to say number 5, Merritt. This is all gear borrowed 15 minutes before the start of the race. His boots we talked about this already, but the boots, John Glaude, but I mean, you're visibly going to be able to see Elioff, 1 on the chest protector, 5, Merritt on the jersey.
It's like the kid that goes to Carneycross and he's got his Wranglers and his steel-toed work boots on. Like, that's the Walker Fowler today.
He had one thing in his truck. It was a set of socks, race socks. He goes, I did some laundry. They fell out of the basket. I have race socks. I need everything else. And the GNCC community said,
that's awesome.
We got you, fam.
That speaks to our sport.
Wyatt Wilkin leading the way. The 621 out
and
front.
Lurking. Oof. Lurking in the shadows. Walker Fowler, and hey, that machine looks okay, Johnny. It looks all right.
No more smoke, no more steam.
Mark Notman's down there going, shut up, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
I would actually venture to say that Mark Notman is probably running through the woods with a fire extinguisher.
Ready.
We say fire extinguisher, so if you see those guys spraying out the radiators, they're actually decommissioned fire extinguishers. You would mix like a fire suppressant in with the water. They actually use just the water, pressurize them with an air hose, and that's how they use them to squirt out the radiators. So they can actually transport those out to different parts of the track if need be, to cool down brake systems, to spray out radiators, spray a rider in the eyes if they're making you angry, whatever it may be.
Right.
Your rider, like only your rider. Looks like this might be the number 5 of Josh Merritt. A big push for him today. Coming up through the pack really twice today. Once at the beginning, then losing some spots in the pits halfway through, coming back and doing it all again. And here's the bad part if you're Josh Merritt. Awesome day on the box, 3rd place. But the two guys, the guy in front of you in points that you were hoping to make points on is right in front of you, Walker Fowler. So he's going to gain another 4 on you if it finishes the way it does. And then Wyatt Wilkin, the guy 9 points behind you, if it finishes the way it is, Wyatt's actually going to jump Josh Merritt by 1 point. And will be the new 3rd place rider in the standings as they run. So a big shakeup. Stephen Harrell, shout out to him in that number 4 spot.
Good ride.
Looking to tie his best finish ever and do it back to back. He's got a little pressure from the snake.
Does. Yes.
It's funny you talk about Merritt and the point situation that he's in, but I'm willing to bet that the point situation, he'll think about it eventually. But, man, the camaraderie and the friendship between Wilkin, Merritt, and then their trainer, Levi Cohen, I mean, those guys were in a big group hug when they got on the podium together. I mean, really cool just to see how closely they all work to one another. So I think he's going to be celebrating a win with Wilkin for sure. And, like you said, to be able to work not once but twice through the pack, a podium's a good day. But without a doubt, going to be thinking about that point situation by the time it's all said and done. But for right now, nothing's said and done quite yet. We're going to get a word from our sponsors, and then we will be back. Right now, out front leading the way, Wyatt Wilkin trying to bring home his first win. Trouble for the number 1 and the number 2. Battle of attrition out here at the Buckwheat 100. Man and machine having to make it all the way to the finish line. How is it going to shake up? We're going to find out when we get back right here on Racer TV.
When I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom.
Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call tonight. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized e-turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready.
Mercy sakes alive. Welcome back to GNCC Racing. The summer break is over, and Johnny, white flag's out for the moment. Checker's going to be coming out here in a little bit. This has been a barn burner. We had the big delay. We had the news that Walker Fowler not going to race today. We have the rain delay. He says, you know what, I kind of want to do this. Johnny Gallagher gets in his ear. He starts chirping. He says, you still have time to sign up.
Don't put this on me.
But nonetheless, Walker makes the decision. I think in hindsight, if he can bring it home here, even for a second or a third or a fourth or a fifth, he's going to be very happy with that decision. And then on top of that, icing on the cake, we are looking at Wyatt Wilkin perhaps taking his first career win, a tough break for Bryson Neal, a tough break for Hunter Hart. This is what GNCC Racing's all about.
Yeah, and I mean, to make this selfishly about me, like I like to do, as it runs right now, top 3 riders, all GBC riders here at the Canati GNCC, the Canati Buckwheat. So if it turns out that way, that would be a great little icing on the cake.
Absolutely. Sure. Well, we got a little bit here before we are going to be able to catch our leaders on camera. Had to pull the drone due to the rain starting to come down. So we're going to take this opportunity to show you guys some highlights from last night. We had EMTB Racing returning to GNCC, and a shout out, by the way, to Zach Herron. Look how my man Ricky Towery right there, pouring sweat, hardest working man in GNCC. Excuse me, Cypress Gorey grabbing the early lead, but that really wasn't the story of the race. I think he grabbed that the win, I guess, on the last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually he was sitting back about 6 seconds back when they got the white flag, looking like but Zach Herron stepped out. But the rider that was leading from Run Bike there in Pittsburgh area, rider that's been with us, I apologize, I forget his name, I'm stumbling right now, but nonetheless, he was out front leading the way, and he absolutely was on rails. Cypress Gorey just kind of sat back there, and we were starting to think that maybe he wasn't going to be able to get that one done. Last lap when they came out into the fields, Cypress Gorey puts the heaters on, gets to the front, comes across, big fist pump, and grabs the win.
Yeah, Cypress showing us why he has that #1 plate, your 2023 national champion. By the way, shout out to Zach Herron and Jackson Burrell carrying the load on the announcing side. Wifey had to work late into the afternoon. Didn't expect that. I wasn't here yesterday. But nonetheless, there it was, right against the #6. A dog fight down to the wire. What a difference a day makes. Hot, hot, hot yesterday. But Cypress Gorey didn't matter. Braved the heat and the sun beating down and was able to grab another win here in 2024 and in control.
Corey Piverato. Got to give the
That's it, Piverato.
He was leading much of the race, has been up in the mix with actually 3 second-place finishes in a row, was right there in the mix, and rounding out the top 3 in the XC1 Pro Class, EMTB XC1 Pro Class, was Ben Ort. So those guys have been putting on an absolute display of fitness and determination all year long, and it was a great race to watch.
Love it. Love it. So looking at the FMF PowerPoint here, mile marker number 8 as the rain continues to fall. Waiting on our leaders to check in right here. We expect that to be the 6:21 of Wyatt Wilkin, followed by the 7:23 of Walker Fowler. Now Fowler's machine steaming for a little bit, and then it went away. So I think he's all right, Johnny.
Well,
only time's going to tell.
That can go one of two ways.
That's true.
You can stop steaming because you cool
sometimes
down,
you don't want it to
or you can stop steaming because you run out of coolant, in which case your machine is not long for this world. The fact that he was still running and it was never completely engulfed, or what you would call in the firehouse world fully involved, he was, I think you know, I'm still, I don't want to make any predictions. I mean, sometimes, unfortunately, it's just obvious, you know, with the amount of steam coming off Hunter Hart's machine and the way it was coming out, it's kind of hard to explain. It sounds like a little details, but when it's coming out low on the machine, so here we see Wyatt Wilkin on screen leading the way. 8-mile marker. Now just a matter of a few miles. And still there in the number 2 spot, it is the 723 of Walker Fowler. No steam coming off the machine, still clicking along, sitting in that number 2 spot. At this point, you got to kind of think that maybe Walker realizing the gravity of the situation and also, you know, not taking anything away from Wyatt. I think Wyatt just has a little more in the tank. You know, Walker Fowler would be smart to take this one.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, to the finish line, try to hang out of that P2. We'll wait and see what the gap is. We were told it was 46 seconds back to Josh Merritt. Looked like he gave up a few seconds to Wyatt Wilkin there, nothing crazy. But Wyatt Wilkin just looking like he's on rails. And man, if you're gonna win one, you know, to look back on that last lap, coming into the white flag, you've got tied for the winningest ATV or GNCC racer of all time behind you. I don't care if that guy's coming off a double hernia surgery, wearing a woman's chest protector, whatever it may be. You know, you don't want that guy behind you. And Wyatt Wilkin has just been aces this whole last lap. Frankly, this whole race. Keep in mind, he was putting pressure on Bryson Neal throughout much of the first 2 laps. I mean, trying to make moves, trying to get around him. So he's looked good all day. He's been in the mix, and now he's out front, marching mile by mile towards what could potentially be his first ever GNCC overall win. I could be wrong, but I feel like this has been more than 46 seconds. We should be seeing Josh Merritt, and it is Josh Merritt in the number 3 spot, looking to kind of salvage points today. Again, think of this. If you're Josh Merritt and you're not happy, you're not pumped with the podium, coming into this year, you only ever had one of those things.
That's a very good point.
And now you're just clicking them off week in and week out. You're sitting in 3rd place in points. Again, we talked about the caveat there. If things finish the way they are, he will actually give up that 3rd place in points.
Kind of crazy.
To Wyatt Wilkin, the rider out front leading the way. Stephen Harrell on screen now, the number 8 in the number 4 spot, looking to back up that 4th place finish from however many weeks ago Snowshoe was, the last round, but a while back. But still, pressure from behind from Jared McClure, looking to have his 2nd best finish of 2024 as well, currently running in the 5th place spot.
Been a wild day. Wyatt Wilkin trying to hang on for his first career win here, 2024. My goodness. Wyatt Wilkin and Josh Merritt, 2 guys that kind of very similar paths as far as their careers. They weren't these flashy youth riders. They get into the pro ranks. Those guys stand out to me as guys that really, when a guy like Johnny Gallagher talks to them and say, hey, man, here's some advice, they listen to it. When Walker Fowler says something, Mark Nauman, whoever it is, they really take it to heart. Levi Cohen, their trainer, when he tells them, hey, do this, and it's going to produce results on Saturdays, these guys both are just the consummate professionals. They listen and take in every word.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think as a tale to younger riders, I mean, look at what these 2 have done in the last couple seasons. As we see, I believe, Austin Abney. It is Austin Abney now in the number 6 spot, so a solid ride for Austin. You know, Wyatt Wilkin, Josh Merritt have a lot of things in common. They train together, they ride together during the off season. Levi Cohen and that outlier performance training. He's coaching these guys.
I'm working out with him, by the way, when we go to the Penton. So I'm like, did you just tell me what to do, buddy?
In terms of their fitness, there's no question that they are 2 of the fittest riders on the track. Levi leaves no stone unturned. And he's also a great friend to these guys. Just kind of keeps them in check when sometimes they need somebody to do that for them. But again, you know, Wyatt Wilkin working with Matt Peters, one of the best in the business in terms of his machine. Josh Merritt and Mark Nauman. And here is Chris Borich now in the number 7 spot. So he's actually made up a position from when we saw him. He's gotten back around Ronnie Rush. So he's up to the number 7 spot. But also,
real quick, Chris Borich, of anybody, doesn't need to earn anyone's respect, but he earned some more respect today, hanging it out there. Jay Shadron going by. Go ahead, Johnny.
Jay Shadron there now in the number 8 spot. Again, saying he would be absolutely stoked with a top 10. He's doing a little better than that right now. He's up in 8th. He's got a little breathing room to work with. But again, back to that Wyatt Wilkin, Josh Merritt, another key part of that Action Off-Road. You know, those guys support those 2, you know, financially with the team, with the effort. I think they're a big part of allowing those guys to work with the mechanics and the trainers that they do. So big shout out to Jason and Alicia Stewart, that Action Off-Road team. They've supported these two guys. They put them in the position to where they can capitalize on their hard work ethic and also their talent, and they're doing a phenomenal job, both running in the top 3 today and battling over that 3rd place spot in points.
Very much so.
Out of nowhere.
Right.
Ago. So
That's
shout
exactly
out to
right.
all those people we just talked about.
Yeah, amen. Amen. Show them some love. Wyatt Wilkin out in front, top of your screen, and Walker Fowler there in the 2 spot. And I'm with you, Johnny. I think Walker has kind of sort of comfortably settled into that 2 position. Now, if something were to, Wilkin has a little slide out something, I don't think Walker Fowler's going to get on it, but right now this is Wyatt Wilkin's race. Is that machine smoking out in front?
So when they get out in the fields, they're all going to be smoking. I mean, you're just really hard on it. You know, if you're Wyatt Wilkin, your adrenaline's going at a rate you've probably never experienced in your life right now. He's doing what I did when I almost see that.
All right.
It's fine. He's fine.
Breathe.
He's fine. He's fine. If you look back to, I'd love to make it about me. Look back to 2017 X Factor. I blew the turn coming into the 2nd last corner. Look at Wyatt's doing it every corner now. I had actually just passed Walker Fowler in the field coming to the finish and blew the last turn and barely got it back into the track in time to get the win. Man, somebody like Walker, Bryson, these guys are just calm, cool. Look at Josh Merritt. Picked a dumb line. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Actually did it twice in the final miles. One on a hill climb, one in that ravine, and tried to give it away. Like, your adrenaline's just going. You know, Wyatt Wilkin has been chasing this series since he was on a CVT machine. He wasn't a standout in the youths. He wasn't a standout in the amateurs. Really didn't become a solid force until his 2nd or 3rd year in XC2. And, you know, now he's just on a roll. Another thing to point out, when they're kind of sliding wide, it's raining. So the track had been tacking up. Now suddenly it's a lot slicker. But Wyatt, you know, he's just running scared right now, and honestly, there's no reason to be. Wyatt's on rails. He's riding very well. Walker has to be depleted at this point. He has not been able to train, has not been able to ride, but Wyatt's not thinking about that. He's just thinking, I want to get to the finish line, and that guy behind me,
I know who the heck that guy is behind me,
has won these things 75 times. I don't really want him any closer to me.
Yeah, very, very good point. Wyatt Wilkin right there, letting it all hang out. That machine is starting to really smoke right now. Come on, Wyatt. Hang on for dear life. Doesn't really have a whole lot farther to go, Johnny, but he is aware that machine is smoking now. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, man, that was a
steaming.
But I mean, the fact that it's still steaming, there's still some coolant in it. These machines will run for a couple of minutes if and when they do completely run out of coolant. There is Fowler in the number 2 spot. Honestly, looking like he's kind of at this point backed it down. You know.
Oh man.
But Wyatt Wilkin, man, let off that throttle, short shift that thing, just focus on getting it to the finish line, buddy. You got this one in hand. Don't over rev that thing. Just cruise it in, get it to the finish line.
And then cool, calm, and collected right there in the 2 spot. Walker Fowler thinking, I'll take a 2nd today, but if you're the first is going to be there, I'm going to go for it. This could get very dicey, very interesting these last little bit.
I mean, and this, when you say last little bit, this is one wood section, and then they come out. They've got a little chicane and a finish line. I mean, this is it, folks. This is the end. They're coming down. They're in the final mile of racing, and they are still both just laying it out there. Josh Merritt still sitting back there in the number 3 spot on our last camera shot. Stephen Harrell just behind him in 4th. But this right here, I wouldn't even say the battle. This is the chess match coming to the finish line. Both these riders having some issues with overheating, but managing them better than some of their competitors and able to get these machines along, and they're getting very near the finish line now. Both of these guys, if they can just get it to the finish line, in no matter what position it is, they're going to be pretty pumped to get max points.
It is days like today that make me love GNCC so much, because we all want to go out there and battle with the machines that run perfectly in the weather conditions that are perfect, and it's, mono e mono. But then you throw in, we had a delay, we had rain, we had sunshine, we had machines breaking down. All of those different elements are what makes this series so great. Here comes Wyatt Wilkin trying to hang on for his
no longer steaming as
much until it gets into that corner. But this is what makes it so, I guess, unique to me. You add in the lap traffic, all of that with the novice riders out there, the A and the B riders. There is Walker Fowler charging hard into the 2 spot.
Right there. That is a very tired puppy. He's just trying to limp that thing along. Not the machine, but himself along to get to the finish. I mean, he's still absolutely shredding, but there's not a lot of fight, not a lot of drive left in Walker Fowler. He realizes at this point he's conceded the win to Wyatt Wilkin.
Right.
He was not planning on going to the starting line today, let alone potentially looking like he's going to cross the finish line, gain himself 25 points in that championship battle, taking what was a 51-point deficit coming into today to the points leader Bryson Neal, potentially down to 26 if he can cross the finish line in the number 2 spot.
Crazy.
We're waiting and we're watching for the 6:21, and there he is on screen, still leading the way. The fans going crazy. They know what's on the line. He's going to take a look over. He's going to say, where is that 7:23 at? He's probably going to take a look over again. He's not. He says, nope, going to the finish line, not worried about it. This is it, folks. This is the final couple of corners. And look at this machine steaming.
You don't think he laid it all out here today? Look at the machine steaming into the finish line. Wyatt Wilkin, the 6:21. You are a GNCC overall winner. Are you kidding me?
I think the machine may have given up.
It's certainly, he's pushing it now, but how about that? Mercy sakes alive.
Wow, there you go. Walker Fowler crosses the line in second. But Wyatt Wilkin with his first career win. Big hug from Levi Cohen, Outlier Performance. Man, these guys, they don't care about a little mud right now. This guy can officially add his name to a very, very short list of people who have won a GNCC overall.
Well, big congratulations. Coincidentally, asked him pre-race, Adam, if you've got that little small snippet of what Wyatt Wilkin said when we asked him what would go through his mind if he won an overall, that would be pretty cool to play. Just that small little snippet. We don't need the whole one, unless you can cut it up. I believe in you, Adam. But boy, all smiles. So he's going to get the pressure of having to answer that question now, and I'm sure he is elated to do so. How about this? Do you have that clip ready, Adam? All right, let's roll that clip. This was earlier today. Asking
honestly,
Wyatt
you know, like oh man, the first time I got a podium, I didn't even know what to think, and I think that's going to be the same way the day that I hopefully do get a win. Honestly, I don't know what I'll do. I have no idea. Just a lot of time, a lot of work going into this. I've got a lot of people that are always in my ear like, dude, you have the capabilities to win. Just got to do it.
Well, you did it. You did it, Wyatt Wilkins. So Zach Herron going to get that chance with him here in just a second. Celebrations on. And Johnny did it with the tied for the most wins all-time GNCC history. That man right behind him, Walker Fowler.
Yeah, and you know, on that last lap, you got to wonder, how many times did Wyatt Wilkin think to himself, I just got to get this thing to the finish line, I can get a win, and maybe somewhere in that thought process, man, I wish Walker Fowler wouldn't have come to the line today.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Absolutely.
But he got it done, and, I mean, he really is the man of the day, the man of the hour. Does not look, there is Josh Merritt. He has crossed the line now in the number 3 spot. Again, a podium finish for him today. Look at him. There, you said it. He's going to be happy for his buddy. He's throwing water at Wyatt.
Said it feels good, don't it?
A lot of jaw jabbing back and forth between those two. Wyatt, as we all pointed out, very supportive of Josh getting that win earlier in the year. They battled. It was between the two of them down to the finish line for the win. Ultimately, Josh Merritt grabbing the win, and then today, you know, Wyatt grabbing the win, Josh Cummings still in a podium position in third, and a great points day for him.
Yeah.
But the silver lining in the brown cloud for him is he gives up that third place in points by 1 point to Wyatt Wilkin. But I don't think we've seen the last of the battle of those two and all these guys. And all three of them today got a little bit closer to Bryson Neal in the points.
All right, we'll throw it down to Zach Herron, standing by with our winner, Wyatt Wilkin.
Guys, there is no question about it. This is the happiest spot on the property right now, and it is because everybody is pumped up for this guy, Wyatt Wilkin, man. You had to get cleaned up because this is your first interview as an XC1 Pro winner, man. We just played the clip a minute ago from before this afternoon. You're saying, I don't know what I'd do if I got an overall win. Now that's a question on everyone's mind, man. How are you feeling? How did you get the job done?
Oh, man. That last lap, everybody I saw, I knew I had Walker back there. I was like, man, let's play this smart, see what happens. Then I kind of reeled, I started picking it up, and I pulled from him, and I was like, okay, I can win this thing. And everybody was cheering for me, I was smiling because it was just like, there's no way in hell that I could pull this thing off. And somehow we did it. Just rode smart. B. Neal was taking a lot of water in. I kind of stayed back and then made a bobble, and he got away. Hunter got around me. Walker almost got around me, and followed him for a while. I don't know what happened to B. Neal. We re-caught up to him, and then something went with his bike. Then I saw Hunter started smoking. I was like, you know what, dude, this thing, if I can keep this thing moving, I can win this sucker. And Hunter's went down. We came in. Matt Pierce sprayed my radiator out, keep this thing cool. And I let this sucker eat on that last lap. I was running from Walker like no other.
Man, you were wide open for sure. I mean, this has been a long time coming, years of preparation coming into this, and then 2024 has been the year for you, man. Really showing I've got podium speed, consistent podium speed. Then we start teasing the win, man. Now you check that off as well. How does this feel as far as the overall picture of the season?
Oh, man, it's wild. I mean, 2 years ago, I didn't think I'd be here. I promise you that. I have good people in my ear, always pushing me, making me better. Podium started clicking off, and wins follow sooner or later. Mikey asked me the question earlier, like, man, what are you going to do when you win? And I didn't know if today was going to be the day, but got out front, and today was the day.
Hey, man, you brought her home. I'm ready to let you celebrate with everybody. I know you're not doing this by yourself. It takes a team. It takes a village. Who's in your corner? Who do you need to thank?
Stuart Boys Racing Action Off-Road, keeping this bike freaking together, keeping me moving. Pierce Performance, he's got this thing dialed. Look at me. I'm at the finish. I can't thank him enough. My trainer, Levi Cohen, my dad and my girlfriend, they go to every single race to me. They put up with me. I mean, I'm a guy, so I can be a dick sometimes, and they put up with it, so I love it. I got so many other ones. I'm honestly blanking right now, but when I get up on the podium, I'll get them all.
Hey, I'm telling you what, Wyatt Wilkin, NXC1 winner, getting the job done here at the Buckwheat 100.
Well, congratulations, Wyatt Wilkin. You wondered what if. Well, you don't have to wonder anymore. You did it. You got it done on a gnarly, gnarly day here at the GNCC. And a guy, hey, we didn't think we would get to see racing today. How about this, Johnny? Look at this. We got 2 Josh Merritt jerseys out there. One is
just
being
in
worn.
case you guys thought I was lying. That Josh Merritt jersey to the right is actually Walker Fowler. Josh Merritt, very graciously, brand new gear, had never been worn. So, yeah, pretty wild. There we go. It looks like we've got Jackson Burrell down standing by with Walker Fowler, our second place rider today.
Yes, sir. I guess this is Walker Fowler. Hard to tell with the gear on, man. Yeah, there we go. There we go. You said you were going to play it smart here today. You weren't riding. Here we are interviewing you for second overall. Take us through your day.
A lot of weird things were starting to happen there before the race, and I was like, I might as well see if I can find gear. And I got signed up. I bought a transponder. Mine was expired anyway, and Mark is like, I don't like this. I don't like this. And I asked my girlfriend, I was like, so do I race? And she's like, well, if you're not going to do anything dumb, sure. And I was like, what the heck? I tried calling my boss at Yamaha, Donnie Luce. I am sorry. I went against your word. You said not to race, but here we are. So we're back in the championship fight. It's still going to be a stretch, but anything can happen in 3 races, and I guess this is why you race. So it was stupid, but I'm glad I did it. I know where I'm at now. I'm way out of shape. I'm exhausted, and it goes to show you should always throw riding gear in the trailer just in case.
Exactly. Well, Walker, congratulations on the second place here today. How's the injury? I'm sure that's what's on everybody's mind.
I don't know what was bothering me. I think just life was bothering me that first lap, and then adrenaline kicks in, and I'm sure I'll know tonight or tomorrow what's going on, but I didn't want to get stuck. I didn't want to lift this thing, a heavy, muddy machine. That's the last thing I need to be doing, so I just played it smart, and my shoulder with the time off came back around, and I don't know. I think if I can just get back in shape, I think I'm good. And the reason I had this surgery was to focus on the championship next year, but I might have to focus on the championship this year.
Yeah, that was my next question. What's the plan going into the rest of the season?
I got 2 weeks to become Superman and make it a fight to the end, because I really counted myself out of this fight, and we're back.
You heard it, guys. It's going to be a fight. That is your second place, Walker Fowler.
Counted himself out of this fight. The reason why, when I saw the slightest little crack in that door today,
oh yeah,
I came pushing.
You had
like
the pry bars out
and said, "Buddy, if you feel comfortable to go to the line, you go to the line. You got a chance. You're Walker Fowler, man.
Yes.
Like, you've got a chance, and he proved that today.
I thought it was a joke. My wife, I actually heard it. My wife broke the news to me. She said, here's a new announcer sheet for you. You have a rider added, Walker Fowler. And I thought she was joking. I text Johnny, and when I got ghosted by Johnny, I said, he's helping Walker get ready for this. All right, Jackson Burrell standing by with the actual number 5, Josh Merritt.
Yes, I'm here with the real Josh Merritt this time. Josh, a third place on the day. Take us through that muddy race.
Man, terrible start. I don't know what I did, if I hit the throttle too early or what, but dead last off the start, made for a long day. Worked through the pack, would make a mistake, a couple guys would get by me, and just did that pretty much all day until last lap almost, until I was by myself and kind of just could put a solid lap in. And a little disappointed in the day, the finish. I like third place on the podium. It's all good right there. You know, it's what we go for is the podium. So see Wyatt get his first win ever. That's 2 new winners in 1 year. So that's pretty awesome. Congratulations, buddy. Knew it was coming. Walker, he's wearing half my gear. He said he wasn't racing this whole week, and I rode with him maybe once or twice, and I was like, he's racing. I know it. Just don't even tell me that lie, Mark and Walker. And once that rain came down, he asked for gear. I was like, here you go, man. You know, if you do good things will happen to you. Hopefully it will pay back by the end of the year. So congratulations, everybody. Third place on the day. I'm pumped.
Congratulations to you as well for that third place. How you feeling going in the rest of the season?
Confident, man. I'm confident. I think I rode 75% today, and I think I have more in the tank. I'm not even that tired, and I'm pumped to get back to racing. This is awesome. I'm so glad they postponed that race, because if we did one lap, I would have been very upset. So GNCC, nice call. Love it. I don't know, you guys should be weathermen also, but that was fun. That was a good day.
All right, everybody, he's ready to go. That's your third place, Josh Merritt.
Well, there you go, Mikey. There you go, Mikey. That was interesting to see, Josh. You know, he's happy with that podium, and honestly, I think showing a little bit of maturity there, realizing that you know, today could have gone a lot worse, and realistically, thus far. Again, take that race he won out. Mud races have been his Achilles heel. They've been his worst finishes throughout the year. So to be on the box today, that's a great day for him. Again, points-wise, a good day in the big picture because he got 21 points for third, ultimately giving up that third-place spot to Wyatt Wilkin. Nonetheless, he lives to fight another day. He got good points today, and it was a heck of a race for him. But here we come back to the start of things. Chris Board's quick off the trigger, but it's Bryson Neal who beats him to the stripe. Chris Board's right there, tucks into the number 2 spot. Wyatt Wilkin around the outside, and then it was just mud and water flinging everywhere. But the Bidwell Bullet got out front and looked like he was pretty comfortable there, but heavy pressure from behind from the 621 of Wyatt Wilkin.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Wyatt Wilkin in that scenario. This right here, a good example of, you could tell early Wyatt Wilkin was going to go for it. I think, honestly, Johnny, in hindsight, I know Bryson Neal had the mechanical issue, but that's how these guys are going to have to race Bryson Neal for the rest of the season and moving into 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wyatt Wilkin was keeping the pressure on early, and then after that, we still hear Wyatt still in that number 2 spot. You know, he never let Bryson really get big time a gap, but this rider right here, Hunter Hart, the number 2 machine, charging, coming up through the pack. Adam McGill making probably contact with the tree, we're assuming, and then this battle right here was the one over second place spot. Hunter was actually able to work his way around Wyatt Wilkin, and then the whole world turned upside down.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough break right here for Bryson Neal. This is where Hunter Hart was able to make that pass. As he entered the woods, we never saw Hunter Hart again, so we can only kind of assume, we never got confirmation, but kind of assuming as Hunter Hart went into the woods, he faced the exact same situation as Bryson Neal in that.
Yeah, and then here they come. They're coming in. You can see Wyatt Wilkin taking time, knowing that machine is overheating. You can see all the steam. Matt Pierce rinsing out the radiator. Walker Fowler opting to just grab a towel on his way by, no stops. And then we see Wyatt Wilkin starting to open up, but then it was Walker Fowler's machine who was doing all of the steaming as he was giving chase, seeing an opportunity to gain 30 points. Then the rain started falling again. Yes. They're out in the slick fields. Wyatt Wilkin sideways, like sideways, as our man Zach Aaron would say. And you can see again in the next corner, then it was his turn. That machine also starts overheating. Walker Fowler backs it down, seemingly causing his machine to cool down, and then things really started to get hot for Wyatt Wilkin.
Yeah, Wyatt Wilkin, this was basically, that thing was smoking. Looked like the barbecue in southern Georgia. middle of July as it comes through the finish line. Mercy sakes. I mean, absolute incredible
right
finish.
Here, just fully engulfed in steam. And you can see even when he comes across the finish line there, that thing had given everything it had to give, as did Wyatt Wilkin. But today, it was enough.
That was enough, man. Wyatt Wilkin, we asked him, what would you do if you won? What would you say? How would you feel? Well, we got that today out of Wyatt Wilkin. He had the opportunity to answer that question, takes the win. Walker Fowler, who said, I'm not going to race today, ends up with a second place. Josh Merritt puts it on the podium once again this season. And we talked about this off air. Merritt, I think, a sensational job of working through the pack today, whereas in years past, he would have settled into that 8-9 spot and said, all right, I'm right here. I'm good. I'm content.
Yeah, I mean, he came trucking through the pack not once but twice, really showing that he is not only a contender for podiums, but a contender for race wins and a championship contender, and he's back in it.
He's absolutely in it. This was a sensational race to come out of summer break. Johnny, we haven't done this in a while, man. What are your big takeaways from the race?
I'm going to keep mine pretty simple, man. Chipping a chair. You're Walker Fowler. You got a chance to go to the starting line. You don't let anybody or anything stop you if you feel you can do that safely.
Right.
He proved today he could. Came out of here with number 2 with a second-place ride and making up 25 points of 51 in a championship. That is huge. Never give up, man.
That's it.
Always fight if you can.
That's absolutely it. My big takeaway, a little outside of the box for me today, Josh Merritt and Wyatt Wilkin, they finished first and third today. We've talked about it pretty extensively. They were never the big flashy youth rider. They were never a big flashy amateur rider. They got to the pro ranks, and they did the right thing. So that is my big takeaway of a kind of a message to our youth riders out there. Hey, maybe you're not the number one kid. Maybe you're not clicking off podiums like crazy. If this is something you want to do, it is possible for you to get up into those that top tier of pro riders if you believe in yourself and you put the right people in your corner.
Absolutely, and I'd like to add one more final thoughts to yours.
Right, I'm in.
But I'm piling right on top of yours. You know, Wyatt Wilkin, Josh Merritt, they absolutely encapsulate what it's like to never give up on a dream, even when the odds are stacked against you. Wyatt said it there in the post-race interview. He said 2 years ago I would never have envisioned myself. What he was basically saying is he didn't know if he'd still even be racing. Now he's a GNCC race winner.
Crazy.
You can tell the entire town of Hillsboro, Ohio, where he's from, there is just absolutely pumped, and they were all standing there.
Oh, there's a parade on the street right now,
and it's just awesome to see him up there, and also Josh Merritt again. Like all those guys on the podium today, at some point it was stacked against them, and they just kept fighting, and it was a great day for all three of them.
Amazing day. Great to be back racing GNCC. We are going to knock a couple of wheels off. We'll go two-wheel racing tomorrow with the Pro Bike race. We'll start the broadcast here at 12:30 with a 1 o'clock start time, and then we head to the Mountaineer for Pro ATVs and Pro Bikes. And don't forget to tune in on Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got those GNCC highlight episodes coming out. But for today, that is going to wrap things up. On behalf of Jackson Burrell, Zach Heron, Johnny Gallagher, our camera operators, JC, Matt, Josh, Mike, Leah, and Kirsten, the drone pilot, Gabe Scholl, our manager, Dan Reinhart, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our director, Don Hampton, our producer, Adam Gordon, and our executive producer, Miss Carrie Jo Russell. I'm Mikey Waynes. We'll see you at the races.